Chapter 825 100,000 to 10,000. Chapter 825 100,000 to 10,000. Refining 10. 8 decillion stars required a long time. Han Ju couldn't do it easily even if he was a great Tao sage. It took time for every star to transform. All Han Ju could do was refine these 8 decillion stars at the same time. The great Tao of extreme origin resonated with him. Han Ju fell into an indescribable state. It was like joy and addiction, but also like a dream. He sank into it and consumed a lot of his will. After a certain period of time, Han Ju's 8 decillion stars finally completed their first transformation. His consciousness woke up. He discovered that his cultivation level had increased greatly. The strengthening of the stars could actually increase his stagnant cultivation. This was the right path. Han Ju was excited. Please keep reading Zero and MYB Zero's novel. He checked his attributes panel and discovered that more than 40,000 years had passed. The increase in his cultivation level exceeded the effect of his previous seclusion of 50,000 years, even surpassing the cultivation speed before his breakthrough. Han Ju didn't continue cultivating but checked his emails. He couldn't cultivate blindly. He had to look at the people around him to prevent anything from happening. Soon, Han Ju frowned. Something had indeed happened. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was deprived of the great Tao Providence divine authority. His soul is suppressed at the bottom of the chaos. Your good friend Yi Tian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was deprived of the great Tao Providence divine authority. His soul is suppressed at the bottom of the chaos. Something had happened to the two of them again. Unlike Tao Sovereign and the other two, this time, Yi Tian and Han Tuo were suppressed at the bottom of the chaos. What was the bottom of the chaos? Han Ju was puzzled. The chaos was not a single space. Multiple layers of spacetime might not be superimposed. It could also be parallel or even extremely far away. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. Indeed, he couldn't deduce where the bottom of the chaos was. He thought for a moment and sent a dream to Han Tuo. The dream was above the city wall. Han Tuo slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned when he saw him. Please keep reading on MYB 0xN0VL. C0M. The father and son faced each other and fell silent. Han Tuo said, "Father, I'm fine. You don't have to worry." Han Ju snorted. "Why didn't you summon me?" Han Tuo said, "I need to deal with the trouble I caused myself. Besides, I'm not dead yet, right? Furthermore, Yi Tian is accompanying me." Han Ju was speechless. He still had the cheek to say that he had Yi Tian accompanying him. Really? I'm at the bottom of the chaos now. I discovered a way to become stronger here. I would have died long ago if the person who suppressed me wanted to kill me. Perhaps this is a fortuitous encounter, Han Tuo said seriously. Han Ju felt that it made sense. Han Tuo had been suppressed for more than 20,000 years. This already meant that it was not a hopeless situation. All right, Han Ju said helplessly. He had saved Han Tuo more than once. This fellow did not develop dependence and instead avoided him. It was not only Han Tuo. His disciples were the same. Han Tuo said, "Father, don't worry. I can definitely protect myself." Han Ju snorted and shook his head. He removed the dream. In reality, Han Ju opened his eyes. This kid, when will he consider my feelings? He's always in danger and feels that he doesn't need to rely on me. Won't I be worried? Han Ju muttered to himself. He suddenly understood what parents were. He looked at the heavenly Tao. Qin Ling had yet to become a pseudo-sage, but the immeasurable calamity had already begun. Many suppressed cultivators began to appear one after another. Almost all the Providence sects had enemies. One side of the conflict would definitely suffer in order to carry out absolute peace. As time passed, this would become a grudge. Things would be fine if the Providence sects were far stronger than all living beings. All living beings could only continue to endure. However, the heavenly Tao could lead to the chaos now. More and more cultivators had freedom and obtained great cultivation. Their mentality was naturally arrogant. The ones who enforced the peaceful rules were the Providence sects, so they naturally became the center of the calamity. It was still alright overall. It was far inferior compared to the previous calamities. It was even inferior to the immortal world before the previous calamity began. The heavenly Tao still has to constantly become stronger. Only by becoming strong enough can it allow all living beings in the heavenly Tao to live better. Han Ju thought silently. The heavenly Tao was strong enough. An endless stream of resources was transferred from the chaos. Only by transferring the conflict to the chaos could true peace be achieved, not the current peace that hid grudges. Han Ju looked around and didn't find any more geniuses like Jiang Juesher. He felt a little regretful. Gathering geniuses was also a form of entertainment. It would be wonderful when they grew up and dominated their own regions. Several days later, Han Ju continued to refine the stars. The heavenly Tao surged. Cultivators floated in time, while mighty figures wandered outside. Most of the sages were usually busy cultivating. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du began to give up his authority and let the new sages become active. Gradually, the sages of the older generation were not as famous as the new ones. Just like before the heavenly Tao restarted, Qiu Shilai was more famous than ancestor Shitian. The hidden sect's development was also smooth. With the help of Han Ju's clone, some disciples entered and some left. Li Xianao and Han Zuetian became the greatest leaders of the sect. One faced the outside world, while the other faced the inside. Already hundreds of millions of disciples were under him, and this was even when some disciples left the hidden sect. Li Xianao maintained Han Ju's philosophy. The hidden sect had always kept a low profile, but they were related to all the sects and had the favor of a sage. Cultivators with some experience knew that the hidden sect was the #1 sect in the heavenly Tao. However, the hidden sect did not cultivate providence. The disciples lacked the providence of the sect. After a certain period of time, Han Ju woke up again. The 10.8 decillion stars transformed again and his cultivation increased greatly. He checked his attributes panel and discovered that more than 87,000 years had passed. Time passed quickly. Han Ju started the simulation trial. He wanted to test his cultivation results. It was still 5,000 foolish sword sages. He fought with all his might and easily suppressed them. In the second simulation trial, he increased the number of foolish sword sages to 7,000. He could barely fight. He could win with enough time. Han Ju challenged 10,000 foolish sword sages next. It was very difficult, but he could fight. Han Ju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief after dozens of simulation trials. No, it's not enough. The divine authority generals are definitely stronger than the foolish sword sage. I might not be able to defeat them even if I defeat 10,000 foolish sword sages. I have to have the strength to insta-kill 100,000 foolish sword sages before I can face them. Han Ju's eyes became firm. He tried and challenged 20,000 foolish sword sages alone. Then, Han Ju opened his eyes and shivered. Too terrifying. Han Ju decided to attain the Great Tao Supreme Realm first. He continued to refine the stars. At this moment, Foolish Sword Sage sent you a dream. Do you accept? Han Ju wanted to vomit upon seeing the words, Foolish Sword Sage. Perhaps he was the one who knew the Foolish Sword Sage the best in the world. Han Ju still chose to accept it after hesitating for a moment. He could go over and copy Foolish Sword Sage's latest strength if he could build a good relationship with him. Chapter 826 Seeing Through the Illusion, Good Friend. Chapter 826 Seeing Through the Illusion, Good Friend. The dream was the primordial void, the place where Han Ju fought with the foolish sword sage. This was also a nostalgic person. Han Ju sighed. Foolish sword sage said proudly, Divine might heavenly sage, my cultivation level has improved again recently. I want to spar with you, but you haven't reached the supreme realm yet. I don't want to bully you. Han Ju said, won't you still lose if I become a supreme? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The foolish sword sage denied. Han Ju said, actually, I still don't know how to attain the supreme realm. Foolish sword sage said, take your time to figure it out. Every great Tao sage has a different method to attain it. Others can't teach you. Cultivation can only rely on oneself after reaching the great Tao supreme realm. Please keep reading Zero and MYB Zero's novel. Calm. Han Ju nodded. This was the truth. He looked at the foolish sword sage with a strange expression. This fellow sent him a dream to show off. The leader of life was cursed to death by the dark forbidden lord. Now, the life faction has entered seclusion, the foolish sword sage said. Oh. That's a good thing. However, the dark forbidden lord might be from the great Tao divine spirits. You have to be careful. The dark forbidden lord targeted the heavenly Tao previously. You have also killed a great Tao divine spirit. You have to know that the life lord is also a great Tao supreme, but he still died tragically. Speaking of which, this dark forbidden lord is terrifying. He can curse a supreme existence who saw through the illusion to death with the power of a curse. The foolish sword sage clicked his tongue in wonder. Han Ju asked curiously, what do you mean by seeing through the illusion? The foolish sword sage was silent for a moment before saying, everything can be fabricated. Everything in your eyes might not be what you see. You will see a brand new world when you step into the supreme realm. Furthermore, you will be completely independent of the myriad rules and not be restricted by karma, providence, and space-time. A great Tao Supreme can destroy the chaos as long as they are given enough time. Destroy the chaos? So powerful? Han Ju frowned. Is it that easy? The foolish sword sage said, of course, there must be a balance. In the past, I thought that the great Tao was the strongest, but I encountered a transcendent existence not long ago. I still have a lingering fear even now. Chaotic consciousness? Han Ju was secretly curious. This chaotic deity was high and mighty, looking down on the entire chaos. What was he thinking and what was he pursuing? The foolish sword sage raised his eyebrows. Why aren't you asking anymore? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M, I should ask less about an existence that can make you so afraid. Han Ju spread his hands. Foolish sword sage was amused. I can't even figure you out. Are you arrogant or timid? Coward. I attacked you previously because I had no choice. Wouldn't you kill them all if it was a mortal enemy? Aren't you afraid of endless trouble? Foolish sword sage nodded. He admired Han Ju even more. Han Ju suddenly asked, are we good friends? The foolish sword sage was stunned. Han Ju said, we became friends after a fight. I've made very little karma in my life. I've interacted with you the most ever since I attained the Tao. I'm usually busy cultivating. Foolish sword sage snorted. I just want to regain my reputation, not befriend you. Foolish sword sage's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, this was. Han Ju was speechless. The foolish sword sage continued, I contacted you this time to remind you to be careful of the dark forbidden lord. I'll fight you when you become a supreme. We'll talk about being good friends after that. The dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and muttered, this old fool needs a beating. See if I don't beat you into submission in the future. It seemed that it was impossible to duplicate the foolish sword sage's latest strength for now. He wasn't at 6 stars of favorability, so it could spell danger. Han Ju shook his head and looked at the chaos. Liu Bei had already left for many years and had yet to find the third Dao field location. Han Ju would visit him when he was free. This fellow was timid and cautious. He was safe along the way. He was too slow. He had not left Han Ju's range for so many years. Han Ju looked away after a while. In the chaos, the great Dao Tower stood quietly in the bright starry sky. A black-robed man was meditating in the palace on the first floor of the tower. Han Ju would definitely recognize him if he was here. It was an old friend of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Mo Fuzhou. Zhou Fan suddenly appeared at this moment. Brother Mo, your cultivation is a little slow. You haven't even become a pseudo-sage. Zhou Fan smiled. Mo Fuzhou opened his eyes and said helplessly, it's already fast enough. This is the pseudo-sage realm. How many people in the immortal world can become a pseudo-sage in a million years? Zhou Fan felt that it made sense. He began to look down on the realms below the sages and ignored the actual situation after attaining the Tao. Zhou Fan stopped in front of him and smiled. I'll help you attain the Tao when you become a pseudo-sage. I caught a primordial purple chi some time ago. This thing was originally hidden in the chaos. In the past, you couldn't attain the Tao without the primordial purple chi in the heavenly Tao. Mo Fuzhou asked nervously, no, you should keep it for your subordinates. Isn't it better to nurture a loyal sage? What are you saying? We're brothers. I wouldn't be here today if not for you. I have to help you attain the Tao. In the future, the two of us will continue to wander the chaos and make a name for ourselves, Zhou Fan said proudly. Mo Fuzhou was touched, but he was too embarrassed to reveal his true feelings. Little Fan, what's the heavenly Tao like now? Mo Fuzhou asked curiously. He had been cultivating in seclusion here ever since he arrived. Zhou Fan did not visit him often, so he knew very little about the outside world. Zhou Fan smiled. The heavenly Tao is no longer the same as before. There are already more than 20 sages. Mo Fuzhou was stunned. So many. Doesn't that mean that Brother Han Ju has already attained the Tao? Zhou Fan's expression turned strange. He never said that he had already acknowledged Han Ju as his master. Before Mo Fuzhou was revived, he was already used to this identity. However, he was a little embarrassed now. In the past, he often bragged that he would definitely surpass Han Ju. Now, the difference became greater and greater after becoming Han Ju's disciple. The more Zhou Fan thought about it, the more depressed he became. He was originally pleased with himself and felt good pretending in front of Mo Fuzhou, but he lost his confidence when Mo Fuzhou mentioned it. He didn't know how strong Han Ju was, but a million years ago, the latter could already easily kill a great Tao sage. With Han Ju's talent. Zhou Fan shivered and did not dare to continue thinking about it. Cough cough, he has naturally attained the Tao long ago, Zhou Fan said ambiguously. Mo Fuzhou looked nostalgic. Speaking of which, the two of us don't have many old friends. And I'm afraid only Brother Han Ju has the potential to live for more than 2 million years. Let's go back to the heavenly Tao and meet him if there's a chance in the future. Zhou Fan's expression was unnatural. He has already attained the Tao. He shouldn't think highly of us. Why should we see him? Nonsense. Brother Han Ju was already far stronger than us when we met in the past. Have you ever seen him put on airs? I believe Brother Han Ju doesn't have many old friends with his personality. He should be happy to meet us, Mo Fuzhou shook his head and said. He smiled as he remembered his time in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Chapter 827 Master's Mystical Power. Chapter 827 Master's Mystical Power. Zhou Fan could not win against Mo Fuzhou. In the end, he said helplessly, I'll bring you back to the heavenly Tao after you attain the Tao. All right. Mo Fuzhou smiled and looked forward to seeing Han Ju. He suddenly thought of Mo Zhu and the Mo family. It had been more than 2 million years. They had probably fallen into the cycle of reincarnation long ago. Mo Fuzhou sighed upon thinking of this. Zhou Fan was afraid that Mo Fuzhou would mention Han Ju again, so he immediately changed the topic and talked about the recent interesting things in the chaos. Mo Fuzhou was quickly intrigued and began to listen with relish. Please keep reading Zero and MYB Zero's novel. Calm Zhou Fan heaved a sigh of relief. As he spoke, he began to posture and talk about the great Tao Tower's deeds. Myriad Worlds Projection. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi appeared at the same time. The Black Hell Chicken shouted, have the three of you been beaten up again? Zhao Xianyuan glared at him and cursed, what do you mean by that? We're fighting. Recently, our cultivation levels have increased again. Jiang Yi said proudly, sorry, I'm already a freedom sage. With that said, the others in the space gathered. Really? What about Tao Sovereign and Zhao Xianyuan? They also attained the freedom realm. Soon, soon. The two of us will definitely be at ease the next time we come in. Amazing, he's even faster than Li Dao Kong. Of course. The three of us still have to carry the sex burden. Hee, I'll catch up soon. Everyone spoke at once, and the atmosphere was lively. Zhou Fan appeared and quickly disappeared when he heard their conversation. Guan Bubi smiled. Someone is agitated. Tao Sovereign said, Zhou Fan will probably be here soon. He has been walking in front. In the past, Zhou Fan had been the most pretentious, causing the other disciples to grit their teeth in hatred. Of course, they were only playing. After all, they were all from the same sect. They would definitely support each other if they really encountered trouble. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. Everyone smiled and did not continue to mock him. Zhao Xianyuan asked, where's Chu Shiren? Isn't he here? Sun Chang'an said, he's been very mysterious recently. He hasn't come to the Myriad Worlds projection for some time. Tao Sovereign and the other two frowned. Guan Bubi came in front of Jiang Yi and said, let's spar in the simulation trial. I want to taste the power of the Freedom Sage. Jiang Yi smiled. He wanted to show off. The two of them disappeared. The other disciples also began to wait expectantly for the outcome. Time flew. Han Ju could finally control time and not be completely immersed like before as he continued to refine the stars. He deliberately woke up after 50,000 years. The stars in the primordial world already far exceeded those of the past. Compared to the heavenly Tao, the energy contained in the stars was unparalleled. Now, Han Ju's dermic powers had already habitually surged into the stars and automatically tempered them. This was a good sign. Han Ju checked the emails. Soon, he saw an intriguing email. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage was attacked by your enemy Pangu. Not bad. He was not severely injured this time. It seemed that things were indeed different now. Han Ju was also very curious about Pangu. His injuries should have recovered after so long. Could it be that he was afraid of the Dark Forbidden Lord? No, that was Pangu. He was probably waiting for instructions. That was good. Han Ju only wanted to attain the Great Tao Supreme Realm as soon as possible. The calmer the chaos, the better. He could show off when he broke through and a storm appeared. Han Ju continued reading and didn't see any other emails that interested him. After reading the emails, Han Ju suddenly thought of Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher's favorability towards him had not decreased after so many years. Han Ju hesitated for a moment and decided to visit him in his dreams. This time, he turned the dream into an illusion. He appeared as an old man in front of him. Jiang Juesher opened his eyes and was stunned when he saw Han Ju. "Master," Jiang Juesher muttered to himself. His emotions surged, but he controlled them very well and did not let them erupt. Han Ju said, "Disciple, how have you been?" Jiang Juesher suddenly woke up. Where was this? He could not sense it, but he couldn't sense his body either. It was not reality. Could it be an illusion? Perhaps I miss Master too much. Jiang Juesher felt relieved when he thought it through. In that case, it was better to reminisce with his imaginary master. Jiang Juesher said, "Not bad, Master." All these years, he began to talk about his past. Han Ju listened patiently. After a long time, Jiang Juesher finished talking about his experience. Just like Han Ju knew, he was still imprisoned by ancestor Shitian and was cultivating in peace. Han Ju said, "It's been hard on you. You still have to be vigilant after leaving the heavenly Tao. You have to know that there's always someone stronger. Sages are only the peak of the heavenly Tao." Jiang Juesher smiled bitterly. "I was indeed reckless." Han Ju said, "Master will always look at you. I believe you. I'll teach you a mystical power. You can use this mystical power if you can't hold on and face death." Jiang Juesher was silent. Han Ju immediately taught him the invocation technique. Then, he instructed, "Remember, don't use it rashly unless it's a critical moment." Jiang Juesher nodded. The dream shattered. Jiang Juesher suddenly woke up. He was still sitting on the mountain peak. He sighed slightly. "I didn't expect that comprehending a mystical power would allow me to dream of him. I, who have experienced more than 100,000 reincarnations, actually miss someone so much. Why?" Jiang Juesher muttered to himself, his eyes blurry. As for the mystical power taught by his master in the dream, he believed that he had comprehended it himself. Over the years, he had created countless mystical powers of all kinds. He was enriching and arming himself, waiting for the day to break out of the siege. Jiang Juesher stopped thinking and continued cultivating. Although this place was good, it made him uneasy. He had to hold his life in his hands. Inside the Taoist temple, Xing Hongxian opened her eyes and touched her abdomen. She frowned slightly. She could feel the fetus moving in recent years. Being able to move meant that it had developed intelligence. She began to hesitate. Although it was good to use her son as a cultivation aid, she had never given birth to him. She had mistreated him too much. Should she force him out? Xing Hongxian had a bold thought. However, she thought of her dream and what her future self had said. She stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to visit Han Ju. Han Ju was still observing the heavenly Tao and happened to be free, so he let her in. Premature birth? No, this child has to be born normally. Otherwise, he will die, Han Ju said seriously. Xing Hongxian asked curiously, "Why? Is there a restriction?" Han Ju felt awkward and didn't know how to reply. Xing Hongxian said worriedly, "Recently, he's been moving more and more, as if begging me to let him be born earlier." Han Ju frowned and looked at her abdomen. He could see that the fetus was indeed moving. It already had intelligence, but it was very weak and could not think independently. For the time being, Han Ju had to temporarily seal his bloodline if he wanted to be born. "Sit beside me," Han Ju called out softly. Chapter 828 Fiend Celestial Calamity. Chapter 828 Fiend Celestial Calamity. Han Ju's sage sense entered the fetus body, wanting to seal its primordial fiend celestial bloodline. Boom! Han Ju trembled and his eyes narrowed. Backlash. A powerful force erupted from the fetus, resisting his sage sense. This kid, Han Ju was triggered. "I want to suppress your bloodline. Didn't you want to come out?" Han Ju's eyes narrowed and he continued to try. Please keep reading Zero and MYB Zero's novel. Calm Xing Hongxian frowned. Her stomach hurt, but she was a sage, after all. She was not afraid of pain. The fetus was still resisting Han Ju's sage sense. Thus, he had no choice but to use his dermic powers. After a long while, Han Ju stopped and said, "His bloodline is not simple. I'll seal it if you really want him to be born. However, he won't be a genius after he's born." Xing Hongxian frowned. "Must you seal it?" Han Ju said, "Definitely. Otherwise, it will attract a calamity. You can't mention this to anyone, including him." Xing Hongxian was silent. She had long guessed that this child was extraordinary. Then, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. He's not meant to be born yet, Xing Hongxian said in a low voice. Han Ju nodded and secretly sealed his son's intelligence, lest it grew into an old demon before he was born. Xing Hongxian stood up and left. After she left, Han Ju thought silently, "Will my son never be born normally if I remain as the primordial fiend celestial? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes," Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. "Then, I'll nurture it for another 8 million. Please keep reading on MYB 0xN0VL.C0M years." He would wait until he gathered the primordial chaos great creation. 100,000 years later, Han Ju's dermic powers had already increased several times. The 10.8 decillion stars transformed again. Han Ju was very satisfied with this cultivation success. Although he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through, there was at least hope. There were very few great Tao Supremes in the chaos. Even most great Tao sages did not know of the existence of this realm. One had to know that the number of great Tao sages was scant. The reason why he stopped was that an aura appeared outside the heavenly Tao. Chaotic Fiend Celestial, Red Fate. She had been waiting for more than 2,000 years. Han Ju created a clone and asked it to find Red Fate. In the dark forbidden zone, Red Fate was meditating and cultivating. She opened her eyes and smiled when she saw Han Ju flying over. "Why are you visiting again?" he asked. He had deliberately left Red Fate hanging for more than 2,000 years. He did not expect this woman to not leave. Red Fate said, "What's the matter? Fellow Taoist Han, why are you so wary of me? I didn't attack the heavenly Tao or scheme against you." Han Ju remained silent. Red Fate said, "Forget it, let's get down to business." A group of terrifying existences called the Divine Authority Generals appeared in the depths of the chaos. They seemed to be searching for something. A chaotic fiend celestial resisted them and was directly killed. His body and soul were destroyed. So domineering. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the Divine Authority Generals wanted to use the name of the Inspector to purge the chaos? Red Fate said, "I went to ask the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial and discovered that he was no longer in the Grand Primordium domain. He's missing. Not only that, but even his subordinates are gone." Han Ju showed a frown. Red Fate sighed. This old fellow definitely knew something in advance and went to hide somewhere. "I came to find you this time to discuss how to face the Divine Authority Generals. Do you know their strength and numbers?" Han Ju asked. Red Fate said, "The cultivation of a great Tao sage, and a top great Tao sage at that. There are nearly 10,000 of them. This power is almost invincible. We either give up resisting or die if we face them alone." Han Ju asked, "Can we survive by giving up resisting?" Red Fate said, "The chaotic lifeforms can survive, but only one chaotic fiend celestial has encountered a Divine Authority General and died. In addition, the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial has disappeared. I'm worried. Besides, Pangu has disappeared for a long time. Don't you find it strange?" I suspect that a mysterious existence is secretly plotting against the chaotic fiend celestials, wanting to eliminate us all. Han Ju frowned even more. He was enlightened. That was really possible. The chaotic consciousness definitely knew that the chaotic fiend celestials could evolve into a primordial fiend celestial. Pangu had tried it back then. He had to eliminate all possibilities if he couldn't find the primordial fiend celestial. He had to eliminate all the chaotic fiend celestials first. It would take the primordial fiend celestial a long time to become strong even if it was born from the chaotic lifeforms. The threat would be too great if the Great Tao Supremes and Great Tao Sages transformed into primordial fiend celestials. Han Ju asked, does the foolish sword sage have a chance of winning against a divine authority general alone before attaining the Great Tao Supreme realm? Red Fate asked curiously, what is the Great Tao Supreme? The realm above the Great Tao Sage? Han Ju hesitated for a moment and nodded. Red Fate was deep in thought. Han Ju coughed and interrupted her thoughts. Of course. The foolish sword sage is definitely a top-notch existence among the Great Tao Sages. According to what I know, that chaotic fiend celestial whose body and soul was destroyed first fought 2 divine authority generals before being swarmed and cruelly killed. Han Ju said, since the divine authority generals are so powerful, why are you looking for me? We can only hope that they don't really want to eliminate the chaotic fiend celestials. Don't resist when the time comes. He wished that more chaotic fiend celestials would die. After all, the chaotic fiend celestials also hated the primordial fiend celestial. Red Fate pretended to be pitiful. Fellow Daoist Han, are you really willing to place your life in the hands of the divine authority generals? I didn't come to find you to join forces to resist them. That will be courting death. I want to hide with you. Fellow Daoist Han's Dao field is mysterious and can't be deduced. Perhaps you can avoid them. So this was her objective. Han Ju snorted in his heart. He shook his head and said, it's just a special restriction. The Dao field will still be in the heavenly Dao if we really encounter a divine authority general. We won't be able to hide. Red Fate frowned. Han Ju said, moreover, you have to submit to me if you want to enter my Dao field. I'll use some methods on you, else I'll be worried. Red Fate was a great Dao sage and a chaotic fiend celestial. She would also be a great combatant if he subdued her. Red Fate frowned even more. Go back and consider it. Think about it before looking for me, Han Ju said and left. Red Fate stayed for a while before leaving. Inside the Daoist temple. Han Ju thought, I want to see the process of the divine authority generals killing the chaotic fiend celestial that Red Fate mentioned. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? How expensive? Continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and discovered that he had appeared in a void. Dark lights were distributed parallel to the void. In front of him was a huge skeleton covered in countless stars. Han Ju sensed something and turned around. He saw a strong light appear in the darkness behind him and sweep over. He narrowed his eyes as he saw mighty figures in the strong light. They were even taller than Buzhou Divine Mountain. They walked side by side, and their figures were like armor. They were domineering and powerful. Chapter 829 3 million years. Chapter 829 3 million years. Han Ju frowned as he looked at the 10,000 divine authority generals from afar. Even if it was only an illusion, the aura of the divine authority generals shocked him. Mainly because their combined aura was too oppressive. Han Ju had also felt this aura when facing 12,000 foolish sword sages. However, the divine authority generals had the pressure of a god. It was indescribable. 10,000 divine authority generals advanced side by side. Every figure was taller than Buzhou Divine Mountain. 10,000 Buzhou Divine Mountain crushed forward side by side. How majestic was that? It was unstoppable. The huge skeleton trembled slightly, and the countless stars on its body flickered. "Why are you here?" A deep shout resounded through the void. The 10,000 divine authority generals didn't answer and continued forward. Soon, they passed through Hanju and stepped on the huge skeleton. Hanju felt a strong heat the moment their bodies crossed. Please keep reading on my box novel. C0M. The divine authority generals did not seem to be living beings. They were more like condensed dermic powers, but at a higher level. The huge skeleton trembled as the divine authority generals approached. It actually raised a hand and slapped it at them. This hand was so huge that it tore through the void and struck with endless spatial lightning. The two divine authority generals flew out and waved their halberds. Two terrifying divine powers gathered and shattered the bones in the huge hand. The countless stars on the huge skeleton emitted a strong light and quickly condensed into a strong figure. It was the chaotic fiend celestial. The chaotic fiend celestial condensed another arm and raised them. The strong light on its body gathered above its palm. A vortex of light burst forth and quickly expanded, sweeping through the entire void. A terrifying suction force burst out from the light vortex. It could even tear space apart. Hanju vaguely saw a bloody mouth inside. It was indescribably sinister and terrifying. 10,000 divine authority generals suddenly swarmed up. This scene was extremely shocking. 10,000 mighty figures taller than Buzhou Divine Mountain rushed towards the chaotic fiend celestial. The divine light on their bodies condensed together like a halberd that split through the chaos and directly shattered the light vortex. "Trouble of the chaos, die!" A dignified shout shook the void. Even Hanju's Dao heart jumped. Immediately after, a strong light burst out and drowned his vision. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and recalled the battle pressure. At the last moment, the aura erupted by the divine authority generals was already comparable to the combined forces of 15,000 foolish sword sages. I knew it. These divine authority generals were not simple. They couldn't be compared to ordinary great Dao sages. I want to know how long until the divine authority generals monitor the heavenly Dao. Hanju asked in his mind. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Please keep reading on my box novel. C0M, 3 million years. Hanju showed a frown. It was a little urgent. 10,000 divine authority generals were attacking. The heavenly Dao would definitely be affected if they attacked the 100-peak immortal river. Hanju wanted to destroy them. As for the outcome, he would see it in the future. He could just hide in the Dao field even if the chaotic consciousness personally attacked. Before that, he had to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Currently, facing 10,000 divine authority generals was unstable. He couldn't kill them instantly. Hanju stopped thinking and continued to refine the stars in the primordial world. In a mysterious space, the evil heavenly emperor knelt in front of a majestic figure that emitted divine light. He was very respectful and did not dare to look up. The great Tao immeasurable calamity has already begun, but it's not time for great chaos. An illusory voice sounded. The evil heavenly emperor asked in a low voice, "May I ask how we ordinary living beings should transcend the tribulation when the great Tao immeasurable calamity begins and the chaotic fiend celestials and great Tao divine spirits wreak havoc?" The illusory voice sounded again, hard to say. The evil heavenly emperor's heart sank. Even this unknown existence could not give him a chance of survival. The game has begun. All living beings are pawns. The primordial fiend celestial's existence is no longer important. The evil heavenly emperor was stunned. The primordial fiend celestial was no longer important. He suddenly thought of Pangu, life, and the chaotic fiend celestial. He was terrified. Could it be that the primordial fiend celestial is not the key to the great Tao immeasurable calamity? The evil heavenly emperor asked. It's the chaotic era now. The primordial fiend celestial can't shake the great Tao providence divine authority of the chaos no matter how strong it is. Evil heavenly emperor, you should make a choice. In the chaotic era, you will be doomed once you stand on the wrong side. Can I choose you? I've long stopped entering the calamity. The battle of all things is meaningless to me. I'll still exist even if the chaos is destroyed. You can leave. The evil heavenly emperor was silent. After a long while, he stood up, bowed, and left. After 10 steps, the evil heavenly emperor suddenly stopped and asked, "Has my fate changed?" The fate of the great Tao cannot be spied on, nor is it fixed. It only decides the overall situation. You are facing the opportunity to change your fate now. Hearing this, the evil heavenly emperor immediately advanced without hesitation and quickly disappeared. All living beings lived their lives in decades. Immortals spent years cultivating, while sages lived for 10,000 years in one go. 100,000 years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes. Billions of stars seemed to be hidden in his eyes. His cultivation level increased again. As the recent transformation of the stars succeeded, 10.8 decillion stars actually began to produce a large amount of nebulous primordial qi. The entire primordial world was in a hazy purple mist, as if everything was murky before the creation of the world. I think I found it, Han Ju muttered to himself. This transformation allowed him to find a direction and become more confident. Although there were still no signs of a breakthrough, there was at least hope. Han Ju used the simulation trial to detect the vicinity of the heavenly Tao and confirmed that other than Red Fate, there were no other powerful enemies. Red Fate had been waiting outside the heavenly Tao for thousands of years and had probably made a decision. Will it be dangerous if I go out and capture Red Fate now? Han Ju asked in his mind. What if Red Fate was a pawn and the chaotic consciousness was spying on everything? 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. He activated all his supreme treasures as if his divinity had been stimulated and he was in a dazzling divine light. He jumped in front of Red Fate. Red Fate opened her eyes and looked at him. Another chaotic fiend celestial was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. Her tone was filled with fear. Han Ju said, "Then, what's your decision?" "I'll submit to you. I can withstand whatever you have." Red Fate said seriously. She suddenly smiled and said, "Of course, I want to be your Tao companion more." Han Ju suddenly struck out with his palm. The great change sealing palm struck her. Red Fate was sealed before she could react. Han Ju brought her back to the Taoist temple and threw her into the primordial heavenly prison. Red Fate widened her beautiful eyes and stared at him. "Wait for a while. Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Han Ju said casually. Red Fate was relieved. She was secretly shocked. She knew that Han Ju was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. She actually didn't have time to react. Furthermore, what sealing technique was this? Too ridiculous. Chapter 830 Divine Authority Shaking the Chaos. Chapter 830 Divine Authority Shaking the Chaos. Red Fate was a great Tao sage, after all. He couldn't enslave her successfully in a short period of time. Although Red Fate was calm, Han Ju didn't dare to let his guard down and kept her sealed. Han Ju began to check his emails with relish. After a long time, Red Fate couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Han, where do you think the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial is hiding?" During this period of time, I investigated the Divine Authority Generals and discovered that they have appeared a long time ago. They had truly swept through the chaos. There's nowhere to hide. Han Ju said, "I'm not sure either. Perhaps the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial is just arrogant." Red Fate nodded and sighed. Back then, Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial was so high-spirited when he proposed that the Fiend Celestials join forces. I didn't expect him to be frightened by the Divine Authority Generals and escape. He didn't even dare to inform the other Fiend Celestials. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial was one of the strongest chaotic Fiend Celestials, after all. It was actually so cowardly. It was obvious how terrifying the Divine Authority Generals were. Han Ju said, indeed. No matter what, he should inform the other chaotic Fiend Celestials and be prepared together. After all, they had faced Pangu together before and were considered friends of life and death. Please keep reading on my box novel. C0M Han Ju's evaluation of the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial was much lower. This fellow was just born early. That's right. But then again, fellow Daoist Han, can your Dao field block the Divine Authority Generals? Red Fate asked. Han Ju said, yes. Since we're family, I won't hide it from you. We can block it, but only. We can only stay here forever if the Divine Authority Generals camp outside. Red Fate smiled. That's fine. I can cultivate now. She hesitated for a moment and asked, I have a world under me. Han Ju interrupted, we'll talk about it later. He had to successfully enslave her first. It was not difficult to open a space in the 100-peak Immortal River and hide a world. Han Ju had thought of protecting the heavenly Dao like this before, but this would cut off the chaotic heavenly road. He was still worried that the Dao ancestor and Pangu would use the heavenly Dao to enter the Dao field. It was too dangerous. But it would be a different story if it was just a world. Red Fate didn't say anything else and only stared at him quietly. After reading the emails, Han Ju began to observe the immortal world and the myriad worlds. Several days later, he began cultivating. Red Fate was shocked by his aura as he cultivated the stars. What realm is he at? Could it be the supreme realm he mentioned before? Red Fate thought silently. She was not nervous about her future. No matter what, it was better than being killed by the Divine Authority Generals. Please keep reading on my box novel. C0M. With the commotion of the 10,000 Divine Authority Generals, their actions also spread in the chaos. The speed at which the rumors spread was even faster than their actions. In the dark sky, rain poured down and mist rose in the world. Beside a huge lake was a small pavilion. 4 people were fishing beside the pavilion. They were Lao Dan, Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi. Where did these Divine Authority Generals come from? Someone said that they represent 10,000 great Dao sages. This is too exaggerated. Zhao Xianyuan asked curiously, feeling that this was fake. Dao Sovereign looked at Lao Dan and said, Senior, tell me. Lao Dan snorted. Actually, it's not an exaggeration. To be precise, they're even more powerful than the great Dao sages. In a one-on-one battle, the Divine Authority Generals are also top-notch existences among the great Dao sages. The Divine Authority Generals are not living beings, but the supreme rule of the chaos. They will appear every time the source of chaos appears. This is also the reason why the chaos can exist forever. The appearance of the Divine Authority Generals this time is probably to search for the primordial Fiend Celestial. Jiang Yi asked curiously, no matter how strong the primordial Fiend Celestial is, it's not a match for 10,000 great Dao sages, right? In that case, the primordial Fiend Celestial can't threaten the chaos. Then, why do they say that the primordial Fiend Celestial will stir up the great Dao immeasurable calamity? Lao Dan frowned. Actually, I'm also puzzled. Thinking about it carefully, I don't know who said that the primordial Fiend Celestial will stir up the great Dao immeasurable calamity. Furthermore, I don't know how powerful the primordial Fiend Celestial is. From the previous primordial pill, the primordial Fiend Celestial is indeed powerful, but it's not so powerful that it's invincible. Dao Sovereign shook his head. Needless to say, the primordial Fiend Celestial is only a target. Lao Dan was silent. He stared at the fishing rod, thinking about something. Zhao Xianyuan asked, "What are we waiting for? When are you letting us return to the heavenly Tao? I want to show my fellow disciples my cultivation level." Lao Dan rolled his eyes and scolded him, "What do you mean, let go? I'm really unlucky to follow you three brothers. I'm often in danger. Go back now if you want to go back." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The primordial pill was ruined, and he still owed Zhao Xianyuan a favor. All these years, he had often encountered danger with Tao's sovereign and the other two and had even offended many mighty figures. In the end, Zhao Xianyuan still did not know how to be grateful. "You old man, you're always anxious. Why does Laozi have a clone like you?" "Humph, I'm not a clone." "Yes, yes, yes. We're the clones, okay?" Zhao Xianyuan chuckled. As he spoke, he even waved his fishing rod and used his fishing line to disturb Lao Dan, causing the latter to be furious. At this moment, a great pressure descended, startling the four of them so much that they suddenly looked up. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. Red Fate was already unconscious and her soul had been sealed by him. Following Han Ju's gaze, layers of golden clouds appeared above the sage Tao field outside the 33rd heaven. They churned crazily and a terrifying heavenly might descended, enveloping the heavens. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and deduced. He discovered that the heavenly Tao seemed to have been stimulated. Its providence boiled and became strange. This was the first time Han Ju saw such a situation. He couldn't figure out the reason for this phenomenon. He had no choice but to use the simulation trial to check the surroundings of the heavenly Tao. He did not discover any enemies. Could it be another attack from a great Tao Supreme? Han Ju looked up at the heavenly Tao again. His gaze pierced through countless layers of space, but he didn't see the enemy. Why is there such a phenomenon? Han Ju asked in his mind. 900 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? This is already Laozi's value. Continue. Han Ju's consciousness fell into the illusion. He opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived in a sky filled with rolling fog. Looking down, he could not see the continent or the sea. Looking up, he could not see the sun, moon, and stars. A mighty and domineering figure was ahead. He was bare-chested and held a huge saber that looked like a huge axe. He kept slashing at the cloud wall ahead. Every time he slashed, the clouds and mist surged into his body, causing his figure to suddenly increase in height. Pangu. What was he doing? Shocked, he stared at Pangu's back. His back muscles were visually impactful, like mountains pressing together, sinister and domineering. The cloud wall that couldn't be seen at the top burst out with light. Above Pangu, a figure appeared in the cloud wall. It was even larger than Pangu and looked divine and dignified. Holy Mother of Order. Pangu, how dare you interfere with the divine authority? The Holy Mother of Order's voice was icy. Chapter 831 Pangu protects the heavenly Tao. Chapter 831 Pangu protects the heavenly Tao. The high and mighty Holy Mother of Order displayed the arrogance and disdain of a god looking down on all living beings. Below her, Pangu did not even look up. He was still swinging his saber at the cloud wall in front of him, determined not to stop. Pangu, no one can save you if you don't stop, the Holy Mother of Order said angrily. At this moment, mighty figures appeared on her left and right, all glaring at Pangu below. I have already repaid the karma I owed the great Tao divine spirits. However, the divine authority generals are slaughtering the chaotic fiend celestials. I will naturally resist. Today, I, Pangu, will definitely sever the supreme rule. This chaos is not a chessboard for you to act recklessly. The chaos doesn't only belong to you. It also belongs to all living beings. Pangu roared angrily and raised his saber with both hands. His muscles tensed up and strong winds surrounded his body. His strength exploded. The great Tao divine spirits waved their palms at him. The majestic and huge Pangu also looked tiny in front of them. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Calm Pangu waved his saber at the sky. Terrifying dermic powers erupted like a mountain torrent, scattering the great Tao divine spirits that filled the sky. The endless sea of clouds above Hanju's head was also slashed into an extremely vast gap, as if the sky was split into two. Pangu continued to slash at the cloud wall in front of him. With every strike, his figure suddenly increased in height. Hanju had a strange expression. Pangu and the Holy Mother of Order had a falling out. Didn't they help Pangu previously? It seemed to be because the Divine Authority Generals slaughtered the chaotic fiend celestials. But didn't you do this before? Hanju suddenly couldn't understand which side Pangu was on and why he was acting like this. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. He was about to continue using the derivation function when a voice resounded in his mind. Today, I, Pangu, will revive the chaotic fiend celestials I killed. I hope that the chaotic fiend celestials will resist the divine authority generals and no longer be a pawn of the divine spirits. Overturn the great Tao divine spirits' dominance and re-establish the chaotic order. The chaos should be dominated by the chaotic fiend celestials. They could still be revived. Even Hanju's blood boiled. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Calm however. I'm not a chaotic fiend celestial. You called the wrong guy. Hanju smiled. He didn't expect Pangu to rebel at this time and start a war with the Divine Authority Generals. However, it was normal. The Divine Authority Generals should have gone after the primordial fiend celestial, but they targeted the chaotic fiend celestials along the way. As a chaotic fiend celestial, what could Pangu do? In that case, Pangu was only acting previously. On one hand, he wanted to become a primordial fiend celestial, and on the other hand, he was confident in reviving the chaotic fiend celestials. What method was it to revive the chaotic fiend celestials? Hanju was a little envious. Pangu sent you a dream. Do you accept? Hanju looked at the notification that suddenly appeared in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Why was Pangu's intention? Is it dangerous for me to accept his dream? 900 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and agreed to Pangu's dream. The dream was the illusion that Hanju had entered previously. There were clouds everywhere. Pangu stood in front and looked down at him. Hanju was like a tiny ant in front of him, and Pangu was a mountain, the highest mountain in the legends. Pangu said, "Today, I'm not only opening an impossible path for the chaotic fiend celestials, but also for you and the heavenly Tao." Hanju showed a frown. The divine authority generals not only kill the chaotic fiend celestials, but also the living beings of the heavenly Tao. In other words, the divine authority generals will destroy the heavenly Tao. I need you to protect the heavenly Tao. It doesn't matter who is in charge of the heavenly Tao. The living beings of the heavenly Tao can live well as long as the heavenly Tao survives. Pangu stared at Hanju with a burning gaze and said in a low voice. I see. Pangu's true goal was the heavenly Tao. The entire heavenly Tao was Pangu's bloodline. He was fighting for his children and descendants. Hanju said, I will do my best to protect the heavenly Tao, but I can only do my best. Pangu smiled. I've been observing you. You always say that it's only for yourself, but you will stand up every time the heavenly Tao is in trouble. This is also the reason why I didn't pursue the matter when you subdued Pan Xian. You have contributed to the heavenly Tao. Hanju looked calm but felt awkward inside. Actually, he was really doing this for himself. At least, he felt that helping the heavenly Tao was only within his ability. The Divine Authority Generals represent the Supreme Divine Authority. They are the strongest force in the chaos. You can't resist even if you see through the illusion. The Divine Authority Generals can erase true existences. The chaotic fiend celestials can't stop the Divine Authority Generals even if they join forces. I'll try my best to stop them before they arrive at the heavenly Tao. Of course, you might not be able to stop it. I hope you're prepared. The heavenly Tao lifeforms can't escape the destruction of the Divine Authority Generals as long as they are in the chaos. Unite with the heavenly Tao and fight at any time. You have to try your best even if you die. Pangu said with a burning gaze. With that said, the dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. He asked in his mind, is what Pangu said true? 900 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It's true. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly began to admire Pangu. This guy was not as bad as he had imagined. This giant god was still very strong. Without the Tao field, he dared to start a battle against the Divine Authority Generals. He was very firm. Although this Pangu was not the true Pangu himself. I wonder how many fiend celestials Pangu has revived. If they can stall for time, so be it. Han Ju thought silently. He suddenly felt that there was hope. He was not alone. Pangu would still support him if he destroyed 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. It was still unknown how strong Pangu's main body was. Perhaps he could compete with the chaotic deities. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and told him the information Pangu had revealed. As for how Heavenly Venerate Xian Du arranged it, it was none of Han Ju's business. In any case, the heavenly Tao couldn't help when resisting the Divine Authority Generals. Han Ju glanced at Red Fate. She had only entered the primordial heavenly prison for 20,000 years and was still far from being subdued. He did not continue cultivating but waited. The heavenly might had yet to dissipate. Pangu was still brandishing his saber. Han Ju didn't know what Pangu wanted to do. Could severing the supreme rule affect the Divine Authority Generals? Perhaps. Han Ju suddenly remembered that he didn't understand the Divine Authority Generals. Would the Divine Authority Generals be undying in the Great Tao? 10,000 undying Great Tao sages. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the Divine Authority Generals. He could only place his hopes on Pangu. Brother, work harder. Kill them. Let me harvest their heads in the end, Han Ju muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. On the other side, the chaos was already surging. All the great Tao divine spirits rushed to the same place. The divine robe Taoist was also one of them. He traveled through the spatial turbulence and frowned. What is Pangu trying to do? The divine robe Taoist was puzzled and couldn't help but slow down. He felt that this trip was very dangerous. It was better to slow down. Chapter 832 Karma of the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. Chapter 832 Karma of the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. The divine robe Taoist flew in the direction the leader of the divine spirits had summoned him as he pondered. He already felt Pangu's terrifying aura before he reached his destination. His speed slowed down. Pangu was not Han Ju, who could still give him a way out. Compared to Han Ju, Pangu's reputation was even more ferocious. He had established a terrifying reputation by slaughtering an era. The divine robe Taoist suddenly wanted to turn around. Why don't we forget it? It's been a while. Pangu has yet to be suppressed. I was also cannon fodder in the past. The divine robe Taoist thought silently and turned around. His body was suddenly destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul. He fled and disappeared into the spatial turbulence. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Calm. After several months, the vast heavenly might vanished, signaling the end of Pangu's operation. Han Ju looked up. He couldn't spy on that war or deduce the outcome. He could use his lifespan to calculate, but he felt that there was no need. In any case, it did not affect him for the time being. Continue cultivating. Han Ju closed his eyes. Year after year passed. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du gathered the sages and explained the Divine Authority General's threat. The sages were shocked. After some discussion, they decided to call back the heavenly Tao lifeforms that had gone out. However, it was almost impossible to recall them all. They could only try their best. They planned to hide this matter to not give the other factions a chance. The Divine Authority General's terror had already spread in the chaos. The heavenly Tao couldn't resist such a force and was almost doomed. Fortunately, Han Ju still didn't move, which meant that he was confident. The sages wouldn't panic. In the blink of an eye. 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. Red Fate had been waiting for a long time. This late-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm expert had already completely submitted to him. Han Ju said, "Go back and bring your world here. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Calm. Red Fate nodded. She was also waiting for this order. Han Ju waved his sleeve and sent her out of the heavenly Tao. Then, he began to check his emails. Your good friend Pangu has severed the karma of the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. His providence has decreased greatly. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pangu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure, X39, your good friend Pangu has perished. His body and soul have been destroyed. His will has returned to his origin. Your good friend Divine Robe Taoist was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your disciple Zhou Fan has reached the Freedom Realm. His providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi has comprehended the Great Tao of Death and his cultivation has increased. Pangu had perished, but not really. It was just that this resurrected body had perished. The karma of the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. How many types of providence were there? Han Ju was very curious. Calamity Life Controller was one type, Divine Authority was another. What was karma? Han Ju tried to deduce the karma of others, but he could still deduce the karma of all living beings. Then, what did he do? Han Ju continued reading. Most of the emails were about cultivation breakthroughs and opportunities. There was no information worth thinking about. The chaos had been calm in the past 100,000 years. Apart from Pangu, Han Ju didn't see a single chaotic fiend celestial. He could smell a storm brewing. Han Ju's goal was still cultivation. After 100,000 years of refinement, the stars in the primordial world became stronger. The entire primordial world was filled with nebulous primordial qi. If this continued, the nebulous primordial qi would become sticky. Han Ju thought of a possibility. Would the nebulous primordial qi form a space when it gathered to the extreme? Could this be how the chaos came about? It was possible. In the long run, the nebulous primordial qi would form a primordial space. Then, wouldn't he create the primordial chaos? Han Ju's heart beat faster. Wouldn't he be able to turn the chaos into the primordial chaos if he was strong enough and absorbed the entire chaos into his soul? However, there was no benefit in doing this. Han Ju didn't know how the formation of the primordial space affected his cultivation. He would see in the future. Han Ju looked up at the heavenly Tao. The immortal world had already become chaotic because of the immeasurable calamity. The myriad worlds were still stable. Qin Ling was about to become a pseudo-sage. A huge battle would probably break out in the immortal world in the next 50,000 years. A huge battle that could vent all the grudges and awaken all living beings. Only when facing a worse situation would they miss the peace and maintain it for a long time in the future. Everything was going according to plan. The heavenly Tao seemed to be troubled internally and externally, but it wasn't affected much. Only Han Ju could resist the divine authority generals, and sages were enough to suppress all living beings in the heavenly Tao. It could not be chaotic. Han Ju stood up and went to the 33rd heaven. Then, he entered the Universal Hall. Only Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was in the Universal Hall. Seeing Han Ju appear, he frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, the situation is not good." Han Ju said, "Tell me." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Pangu died." Although he revived the chaotic fiend celestials, he did not revive the 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials. The chaotic fiend celestials are not the divine authority generals' match. Now, the information about the divine authority generals has already spread in the chaos. It said that the divine authority generals will kill all the chaotic fiend celestials. Some sages in the heavenly Tao believe that the reason the divine authority generals are targeting the heavenly Tao is because of you. He did not continue. Han Ju asked, "Then, what do you think?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "I naturally believe you. With your cultivation, you no longer need the heavenly Tao. However, it's normal for some sages to be bewitched. After all, they don't understand you." Han Ju understood what he meant. The new sages. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du wanted to use this opportunity to suppress the new sages. Han Ju asked, "Who do you suspect?" Jin Shen, Su Dudao, Yang Che, and Primordial Chaos Buddha. They have been interacting with other worlds more frequently recently, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said in a low voice. Han Ju remained silent. Su Dudao could be completely trusted, but the other three sages might not. Although the Primordial Chaos Buddha was Han Ju's spy, this fellow could adjust his impression of others. He might not be trustworthy. I understand. Continue to stabilize the heavenly Tao. If anyone wants to leave, there's no need to stop them. It's just nice to make room for them. However, you should know what to do if someone uses this as an excuse to disturb the heavenly Tao, Han Ju said expressionlessly. The strongest sages of the heavenly Tao were all under his control. How could the new sages cause trouble? Courting death. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du nodded. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, what are your plans for the 10,000 divine authority generals?" Han Ju looked at him deeply and said, "There's still time. Don't panic." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du nodded. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you need me to find teacher?" Lousy. Han Ju smiled faintly. "He won't help for nothing, right?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du hurriedly said, "I'm just asking, just in case." If fellow Taoist Han is confident, there's naturally no need to look for him. Don't look for anyone for the time being. Understood. The two of them chatted for a while before Han Ju left. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he had said the wrong thing just now. He had no choice. He didn't know where Han Ju's confidence came from. In any case, in his opinion, 10,000 great Tao sages were an invincible force. Lousy might not be useful even if he came to help. He would save the human school at most. Chapter 833 Gathering of the Hidden Sect. Chapter 833 Gathering of the Hidden Sect. Han Ju was deep in thought after returning to the Taoist temple. He ignored the pressure that the 10,000 divine authority generals exerted on the others. Even he felt great pressure, let alone the others. That's good, too. I have to test the sages through an ordeal. Han Ju thought silently. His main goal was still to break through. Only by breaking through as soon as possible would he be more confident in dealing with the 10,000 divine authority generals. As for sages, it was fine even if they ran. He could appoint new ones. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued refining the stars. It had been 700,000 years since his last breakthrough. Time passed extremely quickly for Han Ju, but several eras had passed for all living beings. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. C0M. The immortal world even had many heroic mighty figures and geniuses. The personal disciples gathered in the myriad worlds projection. They would gather and be organized by the Black Hell Chicken every once in a while. Although the Black Hell Chicken had never gone out to train, it had a high status among the personal disciples. Everyone gathered and discussed the divine authority generals. 10,000 great Tao sages. That's too exaggerated. How can our heavenly Tao stop them? Yes, the news has already spread. Many heavenly Tao lifeforms are thinking of a way to escape the providence of the heavenly Tao. This will be the greatest calamity in the history of the heavenly Tao. What should we do? I'm not sure. Master didn't say anything. Don't worry. Master would have run away long ago if he was afraid. It's mainly because we can't escape. It's said that wherever the divine authority generals have been, they will instantly appear in front of him if an unmonitored living being appears. Everyone discussed. Zhou Fan smiled. It's fine. Just return to the Tao field when the time comes. Master's Tao field should be able to stop the divine authority generals. Chu Shiren said, you can come to my Buddhist world otherwise. Li Xian'ao snorted. Speaking of which, there have been some objections in the heavenly Tao recently. Some people even deliberately led the rumors to the sect master, saying that the divine authority generals are not targeting the heavenly Tao, but the chaotic fiend celestials. Su Chi snorted. I also heard that some sages are unruly and talked nonsense during the lecture. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. C0M. Tao Sovereign blinked. Have these sages gone mad? Do they really think they're undying? Although Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had instructed the sages to suppress the news of the divine authority generals targeting the heavenly Tao, this matter was too huge. Some sages couldn't help but tell their disciples. Gradually, the news spread among the circles above the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. How ridiculous! If not for our sect master, the heavenly Tao would have long perished. What, have they forgotten their roots now? Jiang Yi said disdainfully. The Black Hell Chicken looked at Li Dao Kong and asked, First Guardian, why aren't you saying anything? How's life's forces recently? Li Dao Kong shook his head. We're struggling at death's door and hiding everywhere. However, the appearance of the divine authority generals has indeed relieved the pressure on life. Li Xian'ao suggested, everyone, why don't you all return? Just in case, gather all the forces of the hidden sect and resist the divine authority generals together. The other disciples nodded. Zhou Fan and Chu Shiren also nodded. Letting their forces face the divine authority generals was also a dead end. They were also heavenly Tao lifeforms. They believed that Han Ju was not lying. The divine authority generals wanted to target the chaotic fiend celestials and the heavenly Tao lifeforms. The three pure sacred world was in multicolored light. Layers of continents overlapped and their light illuminated the void. Yang Che flew over and directly entered the three pure sacred world. He flew into the highest continent and entered a bright world. As he advanced, he quickly arrived in front of a huge palace. In front of the hall stood two majestic statues. They were vivid and their eyes were bright. Yang Che knelt in front of the door and said, Senior Three Pure, I, Yang Che of the Heavenly Tao, have come to visit. The door opened and Yang Che entered the hall. He was a little excited. Outside the 33rd heaven, Qiu Shilai was meditating and cultivating in his Tao field. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Jiayin. Qiu Shilai opened his eyes and frowned. Jiayin said expressionlessly, the divine authority generals are unstoppable. Are you willing to return to the Western sect? Qiu Shilai was silent. Jiayin said, every divine authority general is an invincible existence that can dominate the great Tao sages. You should understand what 10,000 divine authority generals mean. This is the supreme power of the chaos. Exterminating the fiend celestials and the heavenly Tao is an irreversible trend. You will only die if you continue to stay in the heavenly Tao. Some of the heavenly Tao sages are already looking for a way out. The reason why I'm looking for you is because of old times. Qiu Shilai asked, you are also from the heavenly Tao. How can you be sure that you are not the divine authority general's target? This time, it was Jiayin's turn to be silent. Qiu Shilai was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. Jiayin said faintly, the deity realm of the ruins of End has long severed the providence of the heavenly Tao. We are naturally not heavenly Tao living beings. I don't know why you are so loyal to the heavenly Tao and Hanju. Come and find me at any time after you have thought it through. The divine authority generals are already approaching. You don't have much time left. With that, Jiayin dissipated like smoke. Qiu Shilai was expressionless, but he snorted in his heart. The current him was loyal to Hanju. How could he be swayed? I want to see which sages want to leave. Qiu Shilai's eyes flickered. He decided to contribute to Hanju. He didn't have to trouble his master for some matters. He immediately stood up and went to visit the other sages. In the pavilion by the lake. What? You want to return to the heavenly Tao? Are you crazy? Lao Dan cursed angrily, looking disappointed. Tao Sovereign said firmly, the heavenly Tao is in trouble. The hidden sect disciples naturally have to return. Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi nodded. Although they had left the heavenly Tao for a long time, they would never forget their identities. Lao Dan suppressed his anger and said, 10,000 divine authority generals want to destroy the heavenly Tao and slaughter the chaotic fiend celestials. You will die if you return. You have achieved freedom and can indeed be considered a mighty figure, but you are nothing in front of 10,000 divine authority generals. Even my main body is not their match. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi were silent, but their eyes were still firm. They were never afraid of death. After a long while. I want to see how strong a divine authority general is. Jiang Yi snorted. Lao Dan's expression changed. Zhao Xianyuan cursed, old man, don't tell me you don't want to let us go. Lao Dan snorted. Let's go. I'll personally accompany you. I want to see what kind of existence the sect master of the hidden sect is to actually make you so loyal. The three of them chuckled and the atmosphere instantly became cheerful. Zhao Xianyuan began to brag about Hanju. At the same time, the great Tao Tower in the Buddhist world were also advancing towards the heavenly Tao. Zhou Fan and Chu Shiren directly brought their forces forward with a huge commotion. Hanju didn't know what the disciples were doing. He was still cultivating in seclusion. Another 50,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and looked expectant. His dermic powers had improved again. He began the simulation trial and challenged 10,000 foolish sword sages. Although he had never broken through, his dermic powers had been strengthening over the years by refining stars. The more than 1,000 fiend celestial Dharma idols had also become stronger when he used the grand unity aspect. Chapter 834 Unparalleled. Chapter 834 Unparalleled. Hanju opened his eyes and smiled after dozens of simulation trials. It was very easy to fight 10,000 foolish sword sages now, but it was not enough to insta-kill them. He wanted to insta-kill 10,000 foolish sword sages. Hanju stretched lazily and started to check his emails. Recently, the chaos seemed to have become lively again. Many of his friends had been attacked, but there was still no sight of the Divine Authority generals. After reading the emails, Hanju asked in his mind, how long until the Divine Authority General comes to the Heavenly Tao? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. About 2 million years. It was not long, but it was not short either. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. C0M Hanju thought for a moment and decided to tell his disciples about this, in case they encountered the Divine Authority generals in advance and were eliminated. He looked at the chaos and discovered that his disciples were all rushing towards the Heavenly Tao. The Buddhist world, the Great Tao Tower, and even the entire world were moving. The scene was quite shocking. He counted with his fingers and deduced that the disciples had agreed to meet. He smiled and muttered, "It makes me very relieved." At the same time, this proved how terrifying the Divine Authority generals were. Even the disciples who had always liked to be reckless began to return. Thinking of this, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and tried to curse the Divine Authority generals to stall for time. However, his curse could not find them. It was as if the Divine Authority generals did not exist in the chaos. It was useless even if Hanju recalled their images in his mind. Hanju asked in his mind, "Do I have a chance of winning against the Divine Authority generals now? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, so absolute." Hanju's heart skipped a beat. No. He had to hurry up and attain the Supreme Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be unable to defeat the Divine Authority generals. There were still 2 million years. He should be able to break through before the battle unless something happened. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. C0M He was afraid that something would happen. Hanju observed the Heavenly Tao. After confirming that there was no chaos, he continued cultivating. All fiend celestials, come to the Grand Primordium domain quickly. The Grand Primordium fiend celestial's voice suddenly sounded in Hanju's mind and was ignored. You guys can fight first. In the Grand Primordium domain. The Grand Primordium fiend celestial looked around at the chaotic fiend celestials in the hall and frowned. A few fiend celestials were missing, and Hanju didn't come either. The Grand Primordium fiend celestial had always minded Hanju. He felt that this fellow was lying about the devil ancestor and Hantuo. The foolish sword sage also came. Every chaotic fiend celestial had a solemn expression. They knew what they were about to face. The Grand Primordium fiend celestial said in a low voice, "Everyone, you should already know what Pangu has done for us. We have nowhere to escape and can only fight. Previously, I didn't disappear. I only went into seclusion. I already know the Divine Authority General's true goal, so I entered seclusion. The Divine Authority Generals are not looking for the primordial fiend celestial, but to eliminate it. If we are slaughtered, the primordial fiend celestial will easily be discovered once it shows its potential. The primordial fiend celestial won't be able to grow without our providence. According to the original Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity, the primordial fiend celestial will be like Pangu in the past. It will step on our providence and quickly become stronger. Then, it will cause chaos. The Great Tao Divine Spirits plan to make the primordial fiend celestial unable to become stronger, but we will be the ones sacrificed. Are you willing?" His voice was low and filled with anger. With that said, all the chaotic fiend celestials spoke one after another, all unwilling. The foolish sword sage said, "I didn't expect the Divine Authority Generals to actually want to deal with us. It might be related to our strength. We threaten the Great Tao Divine Spirit status and dominance even without the primordial fiend celestial. Kill. Why don't we join forces instead of being eliminated one by one?" As a chaotic fiend celestial who had survived fighting Pangu alone, the foolish sword sage had a lot of say now. A chaotic fiend celestial asked, "But can we really stop the Divine Authority Generals alone? I didn't say that we won't fight, but there's still time. We can prepare more. In the vast chaos, the divine authority generals were still monitoring from the depths of the chaos. They were not directly targeting the chaotic fiend celestials. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial said, Pangu can still revive. In addition, he has already gathered the 12 ancestral magi to help. Although the ancestral magi are not very strong, they are still a force. Pangu could revive. The chaotic fiend celestials trembled. Pangu's strength was unquestionable. He had fought dozens of fiend celestials alone. The chaotic fiend celestials suggested one after another. They gathered all the forces they could and prepared to start an unprecedented battle. The more they spoke, the more excited they became. They even wanted to rope in the devil ancestor. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial laughed. Very good, let the divine spirits see who's in charge of the current chaos. Perhaps this battle was not only a life and death battle but also a battle that changed the situation of the chaos. The Fiend Celestials were not hopeless. After all, some of them had the cultivation of a great Tao Supreme. They were more than enough to fight dozens of great Tao sages alone. Heavenly Tao. In the Divine Palace Hall, a quiet hall suddenly shook and the door opened. Qin Ling slowly walked out. A golden dragon wrapped around his body and the shadow of a huge halberd could be vaguely seen. He looked up at the sky, his eyes shooting out golden light that pierced through the clouds. Buddhist sect, it's time to repay the blood debt. Qin Ling smiled sinisterly. At this moment, the geniuses of the Divine Palace rushed over. Although the Divine Palace was a major force, it did not have many pseudo-sages. Every new one was worthy of the Divine Palace's congratulations. Zhang Guxing also came. He was naturally not in his main body, it was just a Dharma idol. Qin Ling cupped his hands at him. Zhang Guxing stopped in front of him and said in a low voice, "Why aren't you restraining your aura?" Qin Ling replied, "I'm declaring war." "You are still stubborn." "Sage, please allow me to be stubborn." Zhang Guxing trembled in anger when he heard that, but he was relieved inside. It was finally coming. It was good to end the calamity as soon as possible. The heavenly Tao needed to unite its spirit and prepare for the calamity. At the same time, outside the 33rd heaven. In Fang Liang's Tao field, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Jiang Yi, Ji Xianchen, and Su Qi gathered. Is it Qin Ling? Why is there such a huge commotion? Jiang Yi asked curiously. Qin Ling's aura had already spread to the 33rd heaven. To sages, it was considered an offense. Fang Liang did not hide anything and told him about the plan of the immeasurable calamity. Zhao Xianyuan clicked his tongue in wonder. You guys really know how to play. Tao's sovereign thought of the previous immeasurable calamity and sighed. No matter how the heavenly Tao develops, it's still a sage playing chess. Fortunately, we've already jumped out of the chessboard. Qin Ling is also taken care of by the hidden sect. Su Qi nodded in agreement. He had been played the worst in the previous calamity. He couldn't help but sigh even now. Jiang Yi said, "By the way, did Sect Master say anything? We can't enter the heavenly Tao now." Fang Liang said, "No, but this is the best explanation." The others felt that it made sense and nodded. Han Ju would definitely lead them to escape if he was afraid. If he did not say anything, that meant that he wanted to fight. Chapter 835 Great Tao Supreme Primordial Fiend Celestial. Chapter 835 Great Tao Supreme Primordial Fiend Celestial. 50,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. The countless stars in his eyes shone as if they contained two vast worlds. At this moment, the 10.8 decillion stars in the primordial world had all turned blue-purple. They flickered with a psychedelic light in the primordial world filled with purple mist. After hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, these 10 8 decillion stars had already transformed 9 times. They had reached the limit and could no longer transform. Every star contained endless powerful dermic powers. Next, Hanju had to think about how to transform his body and soul together and truly step into the supreme realm. He frowned. Next, he would fuse the great Tao of extreme origin into the 8 decillion stars and try again. The great Tao Supreme was still the great Tao, after all. It was probably closely related to the great Tao. He would be able to escape the great Tao as long as he surpassed the great Tao Supreme and reached the level of a Tao creator. At least, the great Tao would no longer be that important. Hanju checked the emails, wanting to see the situation in the chaos over the years. Please keep reading on my box novel. Your good friend Taoist destiny was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Pangu has revived. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has obtained the great Tao Providence Divine Authority Inheritance. Your son Han Tua has grasped a divine authority mystical power. Your good friend Yi Tian has grasped a divine authority mystical power. Your good friend Divine Robe Daoist encountered a dream from a mysterious mighty figure. His soul was damaged. Pangu's hatred points had become favorability ever since he sent a dream to Hanju, but it was not high. Hanju was not surprised by Pangu's revival. He even felt that it was natural. However, Huang Zuantian surprised him. This fellow was really capable. Han Tua and Yi Tian had been suppressed for so many years and were not dead. Instead, they had learned a mystical power. It was reasonable. From the looks of it, the leader of the divine spirits might have other intentions towards them. Hanju continued reading. Tao Sovereign and the other 3 were not beaten, which made him a little uncomfortable. After reading the emails, Hanju observed the heavenly Tao and discovered that Tao Sovereign and the others had already arrived outside the 33rd heaven and were waiting. Because the immortal world did not allow sages to enter, they could not directly return to the 100-peak immortal river. Lao Dan also came and stayed in the universal hall. Meanwhile, the calamity had already erupted in the immortal world. Please keep reading on my box novel. Kong Qinling and Xia Jizuan led countless cultivators to fight against the Buddhist sect. Many Providence sects went to reinforce the Buddhist sect. The battle became more and more grand, affecting more and more races and cultivation forces. Hanju lost interest after watching for a while. Perhaps it was because he had planned the calamity that it had lost its novelty. Then, Hanju started to visit the Divine Robe Daoist in his dreams. In the dream, the Divine Robe Daoist opened his eyes. After seeing Hanju, he hurriedly knelt down and bowed. Hanju asked him about his recent encounter. The Divine Robe Daoist didn't hide anything and told him everything. Previously, the leader of the Divine Spirits had gathered all the great Tao Divine Spirits to kill Pangu. He did not go and offended the leader of the Divine Spirits. After that, he was punished in a dream. Of course, it was only a punishment. The leader of the Divine Spirits warned the Divine Robe Daoist not to disobey their authority. Hanju asked, how strong is the leader of the Divine Spirits? How is he compared to the Holy Mother of Order? The Divine Robe Daoist smiled bitterly. Of course, it can even be said to be the strongest existence in the entire chaos. At first, the great Tao Divine Spirits were not Pangu's match at all. The leader of the Divine Spirits had no choice but to personally kill him. In other words, Pangu died in the hands of the leader of the Divine Spirits. Speaking of him, he's very mysterious. We great Tao Divine Spirits have never seen his true body. It's said that there's an existence of a chaotic deity above him, but we've only heard it from him. I guess there's no chaotic deity at all. He's the true ruler of the chaos. Hanju's expression didn't change, but he was even more curious about the leader of the Divine Spirits. This fellow had actually been hiding his identity. Not bad. The divine-robed Taoist said, by the way, the leader of the divine spirits also gave us a mission to find the dark forbidden lord and the curse fiend celestial. However, the curse fiend celestial is already dead. I didn't reveal this to him. Looking for the dark forbidden lord at this juncture. How daring! It seemed that the leader of the divine spirits was confident in the 10,000 divine authority generals and believed that the chaotic fiend celestials would definitely lose. Therefore, he had already begun to deploy troops to find the next existence that could harm the chaos. The divine-robed Taoist hesitated. Han Ju said, "Tell me what's on your mind." The divine-robed Taoist said, "The curse fiend celestial seemed to know who the dark forbidden lord was, but he refused to say anything. I didn't care, so I killed him." Han Ju was not surprised. The curse fiend celestial had probably hidden his identity as the dark forbidden lord to protect itself. Otherwise, it would have been revealed long ago. Perhaps the curse fiend celestial knew many things. Unfortunately, he died too early. Otherwise, he could still use it. The divine-robed Taoist continued, "His curse great Tao is still in my hands. I have a way to revive him. If you need it, I can." Han Ju narrowed his eyes. "Let's talk about it in the future. The chaos is chaotic now. I'll consider reviving the curse fiend celestial after everything calms down." "All right." The divine-robed Taoist agreed. Han Ju instructed him and then ended the dream. Inside the Taoist temple. He sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and asked in his mind, "I want to know the cultivation level of the leader of the divine spirits. You don't know the true name and have no karma. Can't deduce it." Han Ju was stunned. He suddenly understood how the enemy felt when facing the dark forbidden lord. Then, how strong is the strongest great Tao divine spirit? You don't know the true name and have no karma. Can't deduce it. Han Ju showed a frown. This was not easy to do. It was not easy to fight without understanding the enemy's cultivation. Han Ju tried other ways to ask but still couldn't succeed. He could only give up. Shaking his head, Han Ju started cultivating. He seeped the great Tao of extreme origin into the 10.8 decillion stars and fused them with his body. Soon, he was immersed in a strange state. In the crimson sky, the endless sea rippled. At the end of the sea stood a majestic figure. It was the Holy Mother of Order. At this moment, a figure stood on the Holy Mother of Order's shoulder. His body was surrounded by divine light. His figure sometimes looked like a human and sometimes like a dragon. He was ever-changing, and it was difficult to tell his true appearance. The Holy Mother of Order said, "Pangu has revived." The divine light figure said calmly, "I know. But he has severed the karma of divine authority. We great Tao divine spirits can't spy on the chaos and can only hand everything over to the divine authority generals." Can the divine authority generals really kill all the chaotic fiend celestials? Of course. The divine authority generals are the supreme power of the chaos. They are unstoppable. It's useless even if Pangu revives. There's no chance of defeat. Unless the primordial fiend celestial appears. But the primordial fiend celestial has to be at least at the great Tao's supreme cultivation level. The current chaos doesn't have 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials. It's impossible for Pangu to transform into a primordial fiend celestial. Not in the past, and definitely not now. Primordial fiend celestial, the Holy Mother of Order's tone became intriguing. Chapter 8 36 Sages of the Hidden Sect. Chapter 8 36 Sages of the Hidden Sect. What should we do after eliminating the chaotic fiend celestials? The Holy Mother of Order asked indifferently. The divine light figure said, "The unchanging chaos makes all living beings dissatisfied. Since all living beings want to change and break through the inherent situation, I'll give them a chance. The great Tao immeasurable calamity will still continue. The Holy Mother of Order was silent and fell into deep thought. The divine light figure added, continue watching him. Don't let him out before the divine authority generals sweep through the chaos. The Holy Mother of Order replied, I understand. The divine light figure on her shoulder vanished as if it had never been there. The world fell silent. During Hanju's cultivation, the situation in the immortal world changed. As more and more living beings joined the battle of the calamity, negative karma began to appear in the world. The outside of the 33rd level became lively. The Sage Dao field was discussing this calamity. Please keep reading on my box novel. Calm Heavenly Dao Palace. Dao Sovereign rolled his eyes and said, in the Divine Palace, the strongest can be conferred the title of Sovereign. My surname is just Dao. Then, what's your real name? Dao Shenyuan. He. Let's just call him Dao Yi. Jiang Yi interrupted with a smile. Dao Sovereign wanted to hit someone. Su Qi said, when do you think the divine authority generals will arrive? Fang Liang shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Dao Sovereign said, the chaos is vast. We have been wandering outside for 2 million years. The places we have been to are only the tip of the iceberg. They are not worth mentioning at all. It will take a lot of time for the divine authority generals to monitor the entire chaos. To us, 100,000 years is already long enough, but to the chaos, it's probably only a few breaths of time. Su Qi and Fang Liang were fascinated. Fang Liang smiled and said, I want to go to the chaos if I can survive this calamity. Dao Sovereign smiled. Sure. Follow us when the time comes. The 5 of us will dominate the chaos and make a name for ourselves to win honor for the hidden sect. Zhao Shenyuan hesitated. Jiang Yi said proudly, that's right. The 3 of us have attained freedom. Protecting the 2 of you is nothing difficult. Su Qi said, all right, I'll rely on the 3 of you then. Sure, please keep reading on my box novel. Calm. The atmosphere in the Heavenly Dao Palace was harmonious and there was endless laughter. On the other side. In the Heavenly Race's sacred palace, Ji Xianchen and Tian Zhan sat opposite each other. Ji Xianchen's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice, really? Tian Zhan nodded. Really? Yang Che even came to rope me in and said that the 3 pure sacred world is willing to accept the Heavenly Dao sages. They have a way to avoid the inspection of the divine authority generals. Ji Xianchen said coldly, Yang Che is really courting death. Tian Zhan hesitated. Ji Xianchen glanced at him and asked, tell me, don't hesitate. If the rumors are true, how can the Heavenly Dao stop the divine authority generals? 10,000 divine authority generals. They are all great Dao sages. Tian Zhan was excited. He often went to the chaos and had some understanding of the realms above the sages. He was no longer as ignorant as before. Ji Xianchen frowned. Patriarch, is our heavenly race really going to die with the Heavenly Dao? Tian Zhan clenched his fists. Even Heavenly Venerate Xian Du has dealings with the 3 pure sacred world. He might already have a way out. The more Tian Zhan spoke, the more excited he became. Previously, the heavenly race was a Heavenly Dao race. Later, under the schemes of the sages, they were reduced to doing chores in the netherworld. This had always been a sore point of the heavenly race. He felt that there was no need to guard the Heavenly Dao. Ji Xianchen said coldly, do you think I'm doing this for the Heavenly Dao? Tian Zhan was stunned. If not for the Heavenly Dao, then what? Could it be, he thought of the immeasurable merit divine might Heavenly Sage. We can't retreat if Master doesn't let us. Ji Xianchen snorted. Tian Zhan was silent. Ji Xianchen consoled him. Don't worry. Master will bring us to escape if we really can't defeat them. You might not know much about the divine might Heavenly Sage, but I know. If not for my master, how could I be where I am today? How could the heavenly race be where we are today? How could the heavenly Tao be where we are today? Tianzhan smiled bitterly. He knew that the divine might heavenly sage was powerful. But that was 10,000 fucking great Tao sages. Great Tao sages were comparable to the great Tao and were eternal. Their dermic powers were boundless. They could spy on the chaos and travel through space and time. Ji Xianxian saw the uneasiness in his heart and said, I know that the current situation looks desperate, but only in desperation can one obtain a huge opportunity. If even heavenly venerate Xian Du leaves and we survive the calamity of the divine authority generals, the heavenly Tao will be ours. The hidden sect is very powerful. You should know. Tianzhan's eyes lit up. That was true. However, could they really survive? 50,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes. His eyes were cold and his body flickered with a faint purple light. Found it. Han Ju said softly and smiled. He had finally found the opportunity to reach the supreme realm. Now, his body had completely fused with the great Tao of extreme origin. He had fallen into an unprecedented state. The 8 decillion stars in the primordial world were trembling, causing the nebulous primordial chi in the primordial world to surge violently. He estimated that he would break through in at most 100,000 years. How long until the divine authority generals reached the heavenly Tao? Han Ju asked in his mind. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. About 5 million years. There were some changes, but it was enough for him. Han Ju was in a good mood. He first checked his emails habitually. His recent circle of friends was calm, and the number of emails was much fewer than before. After reading the emails, he looked at the immortal world. The negative karma in the world became heavier and heavier. Qin Ling and Xia Zhizuan had already explored the Buddhist sect 3 times and were stopped. As for the Buddha who Qin Ling wanted to seek revenge on, he was imprisoned in the Buddhist sect and could not appear. It was obvious that they wanted to protect him. The grudges of all living beings needed an outlet to vent. Such an action was unreasonable and unforgivable. Therefore, this Buddha had already become the enemy of all living beings. His faith had collapsed and his Tao heart was in chaos. Even his cultivation level had fallen greatly. It was extremely miserable. The heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity would end in at most 10,000 years. Then, Han Ju came to the heavenly Tao palace. Fan Liang, Su Qi, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Jiang Yi opened their eyes one after another. They hurriedly knelt down when they saw that it was him. Han Ju called Ji Xianxian and Long Hao over. The disciples were very excited to face him and knelt down respectfully. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for them to sit down. Ji Xianxian was the first to speak. Master, a sage wants to escape the heavenly Tao. He's even helping the 3 pure sacred world and other worlds to poach more sages. Jiang Yi snorted. Who's so bold as to court death? They had come all the way back to help, but these sages wanted to escape. Han Ju thought for a moment and gathered Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tian Ju, Su Dudao, Pan Xian, Qiu Shilai, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, and Han Yu. There were a total of 11 heavenly Tao sages and 3 freedom sages. The lineup was quite impressive. The sages looked at each other in surprise. They roughly understood something. Han Ju said, "You are all sages of my hidden sect. Now that the heavenly Tao has wavered, I still need you to stabilize it." He isolated the heavenly Tao palace so that no one could spy on it. Chapter 837 Legend of the Immeasurable Calamity, 3 million years old. Chapter 837 Legend of the Immeasurable Calamity, 3 million years old. With that said, the heavenly Tao palace fell silent. Tao Sovereign and the other 2 were also stunned. The sages here were not all from the hidden sect, but Han Ju said that they were. Fang Liang asked carefully, Grandmaster, you mean, Han Ju said expressionlessly, you can trust each other. There's no need to pretend anymore. Whoosh, the sages were in an uproar. Pan Xian stared at Heavenly Venerate Wufa and cursed, I knew there was something wrong with you. Your acting is too superficial. Heavenly Venerate Wufa rolled his eyes and said, what do you know? If I'm not obvious, even Xian won't get it. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. The other sages also chatted. Sect Master Tianju looked at Qiu Shilai and sighed. Fellow Taoist Qiu, you're also very obvious. Qiu Shilai smiled and said, Amitba. Han Yu looked at the excited sages and swallowed. So many sages belonged to the hidden sect. After the sages chatted for a while and calmed down, Han Ju said, who do you think we need to rope in and eliminate among the Heavenly Tao sages to stabilize the Heavenly Tao? The Heavenly Tao sages looked at each other. They understood what he meant. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled and said, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, I think. It's best to rope him in. After all, he controls the Heavenly Tao. Su Dudao said, Yang Che must be eliminated. This fellow is poaching sages everywhere. What a despicable person. The other sages spoke. Han Ju raised his hand and pulled Yang Che into the Heavenly Tao Palace. Yang Che was stunned as he looked at the surrounding sages. Han Ju waved his palm and used the Great Change Sealing Palm to freeze him. Yang Che widened his eyes and could not move. Han Ju left after saying, in the future, you can discuss the matters of the Heavenly Tao. I will also keep an eye on the other sages. Yang Che also disappeared. The sages looked at each other. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. Jiang Yi asked curiously, will that sage die? Zhao Xianyuan shook his head. How can a Heavenly Tao sage die so easily? Qiu Shilai stood up and scanned the sages. Since everyone's already united, think of a way to rope in the other sages. First, control the power of the various important places near the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Wufa glanced at him and did not say anything. The other sages nodded. Although it was a discussion, there should be a leader among them to achieve great things. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju directly threw Yang Che into the primordial heavenly prison. He looked outside the 33rd heaven, searching for the other sages. The favorability of the other sages did not decrease for the time being, nor did they particularly cross the line. He could observe again. 10,000 years later, Han Ju placed Yang Che back outside the 33rd heaven. Yang Che returned to his Tao field. Just as he sat down, Tai Sutian and Jin Shin came. Tai Sutian wore white and had a beautiful and cold expression. She frowned and asked, Yang Che, where have you been all these years? Yang Che opened his eyes and smiled. I went out for a walk. What do you want? Jin Shin asked, how many sages have you roped in? Yang Che said in a low voice, I thought about it and decided to forget it. Forget it? The two sages were stunned as they stared at him. Yang Che sighed. I've personally been to the three pure sacred world before. I actually didn't tell you clearly. Actually, the three pure sacred world doesn't think highly of me and even neglected me. Some time ago, I comprehended the Heavenly Tao and discovered that it might not lose. In that case, why should we suffer? Jin Shin pondered and asked, why can you comprehend the Heavenly Tao? Yang Che shook his head and did not say anything. He looked at Tai Sutian and said, you would rather go to the three pure sacred world than worship Nuwa. I think you have nowhere to go. Why don't we join forces to serve the Heavenly Tao? This is our home, after all. If you go elsewhere, you will be living under someone else's roof. Tai Sutian frowned even more. Yang Che continued to persuade. Jin Shin felt that something was wrong. He suddenly thought of something and his expression became strange. Could this fellow have submitted to the divine might heavenly sage? In the universal hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and Lao Dan meditated side by side. Their bodies were filled with wisps of green smoke that scattered and appeared occasionally. Lao Dan opened his eyes and asked, "What do you think?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du did not even open his eyes and asked back, "What are you referring to, teacher?" "Of course, it's the heavenly Tao. I'm not thinking about it." "Hee, do you really want to guard the heavenly Tao until you die?" "In the past, I abandoned the human race for the sake of cultivation. For the sake of freedom, I abandoned the heavenly Tao. I'm not willing to abandon it anymore. I want to risk it. Your cultivation level can't even compare to a divine authority general. How can you fight? At least fellow Taoist Han is here." Lao Dan was silent. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du opened his eyes and said, "How is the three pure sacred world prepared to welcome the divine authority generals? Are they going to sever the karma of the heavenly Tao and give up everything?" Lao Dan smiled teasingly. "The reason the heavenly Tao is targeted is that it's related to Pangu. The three pure ones have long jumped out of karma. How can they stay below Pangu?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. I wish teacher success." Hee. Lao Dan shook his head and stood up. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du asked, "Where are you going?" "Let's go see those three silly kids. I have to think of a way to save them so as to not waste so much effort if the heavenly Tao dies." Lao Dan waved his hand and disappeared. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sighed. In the immortal world, the immeasurable calamity finally welcomed its end. Qin Ling and Xia Zhizuan brought the geniuses of the divine palace and slaughtered their way into the Buddhist sect. However, the sages attacked and suppressed them with a palm. The power of a sage shocked, terrified, and even caused despair to countless living beings near the spiritual mountain. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the sage of the divine palace, Zhang Guxing, appeared. The sage negotiated, and when the situation was at a stalemate, the Buddha who was hated by Qin Ling appeared. He made a great wish and was willing to sacrifice himself to repay his blood feud with Qin Ling. He turned all his immeasurable merit into the power of a great wish and revived all the living beings who had died near the spiritual mountain. At this point, the immeasurable calamity that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years ended. In the last tens of thousands of years, the slaughter was cruel. All living beings had long become tired of killing and looked forward to peace. In this battle, the sages attacked openly, making all living beings understand that everyone below the sages were ants. Qin Ling and Xia Zhizuan obtained a huge amount of heavenly Tao merit and followed Zhang Guxing to the 33rd heaven. They only needed to sit quietly for tens of thousands of years and inherit the heavenly Tao merit to become sages. In order to eliminate the negative karma of the world, the sages began to preach the Tao. The disciples of the various providence sects also began to travel the world and preach the Tao everywhere. In short, this immeasurable calamity had ended successfully. After all living beings learned of the cruelty of the immeasurable calamity, they respected sages and cherished peace even more. Year after year passed. 10,000 years later. The immeasurable calamity had already become a legend. Han Ju was still cultivating in seclusion. He had already immersed himself in the impact of the great Tao. On this day, 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 3 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. Chapter 838 Breakthrough, Supreme. Chapter 838 Breakthrough, Supreme. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and destroy the 10,000 divine authority generals. Raise the reputation of the primordial fiend celestial. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a supreme treasure, and a great Tao guard. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner. Your goal is to reach the Great Tao Supreme Realm. You can obtain a Great Tao Fragment, a Primordial Fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, and a Supreme Treasure. Han Ju directly chose the second option. Ignore the trap. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a Great Tao Fragment, a Primordial Fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, and a Supreme Treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Chaotic Supreme Treasure, Chaotic Divine Chain, Defensive Chaotic Supreme Treasure. It is a supreme treasure derived from the first wisp of chaotic chi at the beginning of the chaos. It has the defense to resist the invasion of the chaotic rule. Another chaotic defensive supreme treasure. Han Ju was not surprised, but he was not disappointed. He first fused the Creation Spirit Stone with a ball of Fiend Celestial Chi before taking out the Chaotic Divine Chain and refining it into his Dharma treasure. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M 300 years later, this treasure was successfully refined. The Chaotic Divine Chain transformed into a silver-white chain of light that landed on Han Ju's neck, making him feel quite awkward like it was the accessory of a woman. However, it was fine. It was not convenient to keep it in his hand. It was fine as long as it was safe. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. This time, he wanted to become a supreme in one go. No one could stop him. In the Universal Hall, the sages gathered and looked at Qin Ling, Xia Zhizuan, and the World Salvation Buddha. The World Salvation Buddha was Qin Ling's mortal enemy in the calamity. Now that the calamity had ended, the grudges had dissipated. Han Yu looked at Qin Ling with a gratified gaze. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, from today onwards, Qin Ling, Xia Zhizuan, and the World Salvation Buddha are all Heavenly Tao sages. I hope that you can help all living beings in the Heavenly Tao in the future and protect it. The three new sages immediately thanked him. The sages smiled. With three more sages, the Heavenly Tao became stronger again. Qiu Shilai turned to look at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and asked, the matter of the Divine Authority Generals is becoming more and more intense in the chaos. Many chaotic forces want to rope us in and collapse the Heavenly Tao. This matter should be settled. It's not our problem if they want to leave the Heavenly Tao, but they have to drag other sages along. Such intentions are punishable. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. His tone was very impolite. Many sages nodded. Heavenly Venerate Wufa chuckled. Since the calamity has ended and the Heavenly Tao is stable, it's time to quell the chaos in the sage level. The atmosphere became subtle. Li Taigu, Zhang Guxing, Emperor Shao, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, and the other sages also began to size each other up. In fact, they had all received recruitment offers from the chaotic forces and were wavering. The pressure brought by 10,000 Divine Authority Generals was too terrifying. Just hearing those rumors made them uneasy. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, I hereby express that I will definitely protect the Heavenly Tao and not abandon it. What about you? Qin Ling, Xia Zhizuan, and the World Salvation Buddha were puzzled. The Heavenly Tao was facing a calamity. Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Fang Liang, Su Qi, Pan Xian, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tian Ju, Han Yu, Su Dudao, Yang Che, Ji Xianchen, Tian Zhan, and Long Hao also promised. Qin Ling, Xia Zhizuan, and the World Salvation Buddha were the same. The remaining sages had no choice but to promise. At this juncture, whoever dared to reject would be courting death. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage didn't say that he wanted to escape. How can we have the cheek to run? Tao Novel. Calm. We enjoy the power of the Heavenly Tao, but once the Heavenly Tao is in danger, we let the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, who has always been in seclusion, face it alone. His words received the other sages' agreement. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, although there's the threat of the Divine Authority Generals, it's still unknown when they will arrive. The development of the heavenly Tao still has to continue. We can only summon the living beings of the heavenly Tao back from the chaos. We can continue to build the dark forbidden zone near the heavenly Tao and create more mortal worlds and realms. He began to talk about the plan. With the declaration of heavenly venerate Xian Du and the sages, the heavenly Tao returned to its original state. Previously, it was mainly because the sages were secretly communicating and did not dare to reveal this matter, so it intensified the uneasiness. Now that the sages had spoken, they were not so afraid. The most terrifying thing was that the other sages would quietly slip away when the battle began. After the immeasurable calamity ended, the immortal world welcomed another period of rapid development. More and more mighty figures headed to the vicinity of the heavenly Tao to create a world. With the providence, the heavenly Tao domain constantly expanded and the chaotic city also constantly moved out. Pan Xian began to try to create a second chaotic heavenly road. He gave this merit to Jin Shen. Jin Shen was not very surprised. He knew that Pan Xian wanted to tie him to the heavenly Tao. However, he could not refuse and could only accept it. The other sages were also creating great merit to benefit all living beings. The entire heavenly Tao flourished as if it had forgotten the divine authority general's existence. Han Ju, who the sages relied on, was still cultivating in seclusion. 64,820 years passed. Han Ju finally had the chance to break through. At this moment, the nebulous primordial qi in the depths of his soul had already vanished. The entire primordial world had turned purple. A space was formed from the qi. 7 colored halos appeared around the 10.8 decillion stars. It was beautiful. The great Tao of extreme origin had already completely fused with these stars. The stars were the great Tao, and the great Tao was the stars. Han Ju emitted a divine light. His Taoist temple could not hide it. Divine light soared into the sky and shone on the sky of the 100-peak immortal river, attracting the attention of all the disciples. What's that? It came from the sect master's temple. It should be a mystical power. Sect master is really powerful. Is sect master really still in the 100-peak immortal river? I thought he had already moved to the 33rd heaven. I'm not sure. Could it be a breakthrough? It said that the divine might heavenly sage is the strongest prodigy in the history of the heavenly Tao. He can still break through. Can Han Ju focused on breaking through and didn't care about the discussions outside. However, this breakthrough was longer than before. 3,000 years passed before he finally broke through. The divine light dissipated, and countless stars floated in the Taoist temple. The strange deity had returned at some point and was wandering among the stars, looking very cheerful. At this moment, Han Ju's consciousness had already jumped out of the heavenly Tao and was quickly rising. More and more scenes of the chaos entered his vision, as if the entire chaos was rapidly shrinking. This feeling was very strange. After an unknown period of time, Han Ju's consciousness finally stopped expanding. He looked down again. The chaos had changed. He saw a power, an indescribable power. Han Ju's consciousness entered a sublime state. All the space-time related to him surged into his eyes. The previous and current lives, the past and future. The karma of parallel possibilities. There were countless possibilities of all karma. In an instant, he seemed to have lived countless years and countless lives. In the end, everything shattered like a mirror. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked down at the chaos again. The living beings of the chaos vanished. The layers of space turned into nothingness, leaving only the 3,000 great Tao interwoven in the chaos. Above the 3,000 great Tao were 7 powerful and mysterious powers. They were high and mighty and absorbed the power of the 3,000 great Tao. Chapter 839 Seeing Through the Illusion, Eternal and Imperishable. Chapter 839 Seeing Through the Illusion, Eternal and Imperishable, is that the great Tao Providence Divine Authority? Han Ju looked at the 7 mysterious powers above the 3,000 Great Tao and was a little curious. He noticed a crack on one of the powers. It was obvious. Could it be the karma of the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority severed by Pangu? Han Ju didn't think too much and continued to comprehend the power of the Great Tao Supreme. This was an unprecedented feeling. It was extremely powerful, even making him feel that he was omnipotent. He could shake the situation of the 3,000 Great Tao with a wave of his hand. Most importantly, he could create reality now. With a thought, he could turn his thoughts into reality and put them into the chaos, forming a true spacetime. He could also take it back with a thought. However, the world he imagined would be affected by the power of creation and constantly evolve once it existed for too long. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. He looked carefully. The chaos was divided into countless spacetime dimensions. Parallel, overlapping, and complicated. Among them, the heavenly Tao's spacetime was augmented by 2 powerful forces. It was more stable than other spacetime dimensions. It was probably the power of Pangu and the Tao ancestor. Pangu had created the world. Perhaps he had not really sacrificed himself. He had only used the power of the Great Tao Supreme to create what he imagined. Then, in this fantasy world, a stunning figure like the Tao ancestor was born. With his cultivation, he had made the heavenly Tao an independent existence that could not be taken back. Han Ju's gaze landed on the power of creation. It was the power that hung above the 3,000 Great Tao. It was also the strongest power. Creation was everything. The 7 supreme powers did not belong to anyone and were eternally independent. The light of the power of creation was the brightest. The endless power of creation turned invisible and split into countless parts that scattered in every corner of the chaos. Han Ju scanned the chaos. Its vastness surprised him. It was true that there was no end to it. Seen. A mysterious power maintained the chaos at its edge, causing all living beings to reverse direction through this power. The direction they headed was also random. As this power surged, it moved, forming an endless scene. Only by reaching the Great Tao Supreme Realm could one sense that power. It was not the power of the 7 supreme rules, but another power, a power that Han Ju couldn't see through. Of course, the chaos itself was also extremely vast. According to Han Ju's estimation, it would take at least 1,000,000 years for a great Tao sage to travel the entire chaos. This did not include the power of the great Tao sage to touch the mysterious border. If he directly touched it and felt dizzy, it would probably take even longer to continue traveling the chaos. It was blank outside the chaos. Absolute blankness. In the blank space, there were vaguely some huge bones. There was no life or signs of life. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. Han Ju suddenly saw a figure looking down at the chaos like him. He could not see who the figure was. He did not go over rashly. Both sides did not disturb each other. Han Ju continued to observe the chaos. Many areas of the chaos were isolated by the power of the Great Tao and couldn't be spied on. The power of the Great Tao Supreme was very easy to distinguish. It was different from the 3,000 Great Tao and was even more dangerous. It made Han Ju instinctively want to stay away. Han Ju continued to immerse himself in it. After a long while, his consciousness returned to reality and he opened his eyes. Countless stars filled his body, dazzling. On a whim, Han Ju casually grabbed a star and threw it into the chaos. In an instant, it landed at the edge of the chaos. It was extremely far from the heavenly Tao, so far away that sages might never reach it. Under Han Ju's gaze, the star exploded in the darkness. It contained the true meaning of the Tao. The Tao gave birth to all things and transformed into a huge galaxy that was still evolving, that was a world created by Han Ju's imagination. It would become a true world with time. The primordial chaos Tao fruit could fuse this world with the chaos and form a true world like the heavenly Tao when it appeared in this universe. With a thought, Hanju used his will to send a force from the creation rule into the universe. With good fortune, there were thousands of possibilities. Perhaps a great Tao sage would appear inside. Anything was possible. This was the great Tao Supreme. Creating an existence was only a thought. As long as no sage was born in that world, Hanju could turn them into nothingness with a thought, even if the world had countless living beings, as if they had never existed. So this is seeing through the illusion. The voice that spoke to me back then was Pangu, right? Hanju thought silently and was determined. Pangu's benevolence gave birth to the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why the heavenly Tao was unique in the chaos. Pangu allowed the Tao ancestor to grow and even control the heavenly Tao. The other great Tao Supremes would not allow this to happen. Hanju's eyes narrowed. The countless stars in the Taoist temple instantly disappeared. The strange deity was shocked and hurriedly fled the Taoist temple, afraid that Hanju would discover him. Hanju began to consolidate his cultivation. His dermic powers had already transformed into supreme power. It was no longer dermic powers, but a power that was stronger than the great Tao. Hanju checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju, lifespan, 3,065,120 12 049 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race. Primordial Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor, Cultivation, Early Stage Great Tao Supreme Realm, Perfect Sage, Technique, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering, Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin, his lifespan increased by 9 digits. 12 tridecillion years. Was this still not eternal? Hanju found it strange. Perhaps it was related to the system itself. In any case, Hanju felt that he was already undying and indestructible. Previously, when he spied on the chaos, other than those unfathomable great Tao Supreme regions, he didn't capture the existence of the Tao Creator. He would definitely become arrogant and think that he was invincible if it was another great Tao Supreme. For example, the foolish sword sage. When will my lifespan be endless? Hanju asked in his mind. The lifespan displayed here is your origin lifespan. You can already jump out of time. You can place your main body in a domain without the restrictions of the supreme rules as long as you want to. It is already the eternal immortality understood by mortals. Hanju was enlightened. No wonder those great Tao Supremes were so mysterious. Even the great Tao sages thought that they didn't exist. They only hid outside the rules, like the mysterious sea where the Holy Mother of Order resided. In other words, Hanju could also do this and make himself eternal when his lifespan was about to run out. However, doing this was equivalent to leaving the chaos. Under such circumstances, he could no longer use powers and supreme treasures that consumed his origin lifespan. Hanju consolidated his cultivation as he thought. Hanju's cultivation finally stabilized after 30,000 years. He had also completely adapted to the power of the great Tao Supreme. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of him. Chapter 840 Fighting 100,000 Foolish Sword Sages. Chapter 840 Fighting 100,000 Foolish Sword Sages. Detected that you have attained the great Tao Supreme and the essence of life has transformed. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and create the primordial chaos. Your goal is to overturn the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a primordial fragment, and 10 great Tao sage guards. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, a Primordial Fragment, and a chance to activate a new function of the system. Finally, Han Ju smiled as he looked at the 3 lines of words in front of him. He silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a Great Tao fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, a Primordial Fragment, and a chance to activate a new function of the system. The system has activated a new function: Supreme Treasure Fusion Cauldron. Supreme Treasure Fusion Cauldron. It can fuse all Dharma treasures and perfectly inherit the advantages of the fused Dharma treasures. This cauldron is only located in the Myriad Worlds projection. To use this treasure, one has to obtain the right to enter the Myriad Worlds projection. Everyone can only use it once every million years. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. This function. Not bad. He could still face his disciples. All along, Han Ju had always had a carefree attitude towards his disciples. Other than occasionally preaching, he actually didn't take much care of them. With the Supreme Treasure Fusion Cauldron, the disciples could obtain powerful Dharma treasures and be grateful to him. In addition, Han Ju could also use this function himself. Han Ju took out the Creation Spirit Stone and fused it with a ball of Fiend Celestial Qi. He first teleported to the second Tao field and released the chaotic Fiend Celestial he had created previously to let Murong Qi lead the way. Now, all the Fiend Celestials in the second Tao field had become Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, except for the new Fiend Celestial. In other words, there were a total of 44 sages in the second Tao field. Murong Qi, the Crimson Fox, and the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial were already infinitely close to the Freedom Realm. They developed very quickly. After Murong Qi led the new Fiend Celestial away, Tao Comprehension Sword looked at him and said, "Master, you seem different. Did you break through again?" Li Yao opened her eyes and looked at him. Han Ju, who had achieved the Great Tao Supreme, looked no different from before, but it made people inexplicably respectful and didn't dare to have any profane thoughts. Han Ju smiled. "It's all right. How's your cultivation recently?" He walked towards the 2 women and sat down, chatting with them. After a long while, please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. Han Ju returned to the main Tao field and started to improve his sword Tao mystical powers. He succeeded in just a few hours. Then, he switched to cultivating the grand unity aspect. 99 years later, Han Ju had learned 500 new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols and could no longer cultivate. He had accumulated 1,949 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. He opened his eyes and smiled. He was in high spirits. Fight. 10,000 foolish sword sages first. A breath later, Han Ju opened his eyes and looked disdainful. Double. 20,000. Instant kill. 30,000. He killed them in a few breaths. Han Ju adjusted his method and insta-killed 30,000 foolish sword sages several times. His supreme power far exceeded the Dharmic powers before his breakthrough. Coupled with the power of nearly 2,000 Great Tao, it erupted in one go, destroying everything. Not only was the body and soul destroyed, but even karma, time, and existence were destroyed. Han Ju felt so strong. He suddenly experienced the power of the primordial Fiend Celestial. Not only was it compatible with the 3,000 Great Tao, but during the battle, the 12 tridecillion primordial stars in his body erupted with supreme power. His body resonated and was extremely domineering. This power was simply indescribable. Han Ju changed his method of fighting and created 1,949 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. He made all the Dharma idols contain 12 tridecillion primordial stars. The Fiend Celestial Dharma idols directly sublimated. Including Han Ju, it was equivalent to 1,950 primordial Fiend Celestials. Invincibility. Indeed, the primordial fiend celestial really expanded rapidly as its cultivation level increased. The higher its cultivation level, the more obvious its advantage. Only supreme power could truly activate the stellar primordial body. He continued to increase the number of foolish sword sages. 50,000. It was just 20,000 more chickens and dogs, easily killed. Hanju increased the number of foolish sword sages to 100,000 in one go. There was finally a change. The 100,000 foolish sword sages waved their swords in unison. There was actually a scene of the great Tao fusing. It was extremely domineering. Hanju finally felt tired. Unconsciously, 100,000 seemed to contain a certain meaning. After the great Tao fused, the foolish sword sage transformed. He actually had the divine might of a great Tao supreme, and not an ordinary great Tao supreme at that. How terrifying! Hanju barely won after 10 minutes. He continued to challenge the 100,000 foolish sword sages. After hundreds of battles, Hanju could finally win forcefully, but he couldn't insta-kill the 100,000 foolish sword sages. Hanju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "Can I insta-kill 10,000 divine authority generals now? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes, safe." Hanju smiled. He looked at the chaos, searching for the 10,000 divine authority generals. His vision quickly increased. Just like when his will looked down at the chaos, he searched for 10,000 divine authority generals from high above. Soon, he saw the 10,000 divine authority generals traveling through the chaos. They were still quite a distance away from the heavenly Tao. If I go to the chaos now, will the chaotic consciousness recognize me as a primordial fiend celestial? Hanju asked in his mind. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, because the chaotic consciousness has never seen a primordial fiend celestial. In addition, Pangu severed the karma of the great Tao Providence divine authority, causing the chaotic consciousness and the great Tao divine spirits to be unable to deduce karma. They can only look. Even the chaotic consciousness could not deduce karma. Pangu was something. However, just having eyes was enough. Hanju could see the entire chaos, let alone the chaotic consciousness. Hanju thought for a moment and started to search for the foolish sword sage in the chaos. He could not find him. Could it be that this fellow had also created a domain that belonged to him and was independent of the rules? Hanju used the dark nightmare and sent a dream to the foolish sword sage. The dream was the primordial void where the two of them had fought. The foolish sword sage opened his eyes and was moved when he saw Hanju. "You can actually forcefully send me a dream." He did not sense anything. The foolish sword sage was shocked. He was a great Tao supreme. He felt that he was already an invincible existence. In the entire chaos, only Laozi and Pangu were barely his match. Why was this happening? The foolish sword sage could not figure it out. Hanju said, "Silly fellow Taoist, long time no see." The foolish sword sage suppressed his fear and shock and said in a low voice, "You can call me fellow Taoist, foolish sword or sage." "Old fool." "Yes." "Where are you hiding? Why can't I find you?" Hanju ignored the foolish sword sage's dissatisfaction and asked curiously. The foolish sword sage felt better. That was more like it. Foolish sword sage said proudly, "Of course, I'm in the divine domain I created. Other than me, no one knows where it is." Hanju said, "Come out quickly. I want to see you. You're already so strong, yet you're still hiding. Who are you afraid of?" Chapter 841 Never Lost Before. Chapter 841 Never Lost Before. Meet? The foolish sword sage was instantly vigilant. He felt that it was a trap. He had asked about Han Ju after his defeat. This child was extremely cautious and never left the heavenly Tao. He asked cautiously, "Why do you want to see me? Let's catch up and discuss the divine authority generals." "Not in the dream. Are you afraid of me? You've stepped into the great Tao Supreme Realm twice, after all. Are you still afraid of me? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M, how do you know that?" The foolish sword sage became even more vigilant. Han Ju said, "I heard from Red Fate. She has already decided to move to the heavenly Tao and join forces with me." The foolish sword sage's brows relaxed. "You really want to deal with the divine authority generals?" "That's right. Then, how about I come to the heavenly Tao too?" Han Ju was stunned. He didn't expect the foolish sword sage to come. On second thought, this was a good thing. He secretly asked, "Can I insta-kill the foolish sword sage? 400 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes, that was good." Han Ju said, "Of course, please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M." The foolish sword sage smiled. The divine authority generals are indeed impressive. They aren't ordinary great Tao sages. They can even monitor the independent domain of a great Tao Supreme. I've also been thinking about how to resist the divine authority generals during this period of time. Han Ju asked curiously, "A great Tao Supreme can't defeat 10,000 divine authority generals?" Foolish sword sage rolled his eyes. "How?" "It's said that they have the cultivation of great Tao sages, but they're still formed by the supreme rule. It's just that the level of power is equivalent to a great Tao sage. It's essentially very difficult to destroy them." "Then, how many divine authority generals can you fight?" 100. Han Ju showed a frown. That was equivalent to 100 foolish sword sages at the great Tao Supreme Realm. Han Ju asked, "There are also great Tao Supreme existences among the chaotic fiend celestials. Won't the chaotic fiend celestials have a chance of winning if they all join forces?" Foolish sword sage shook his head. "How can there be so many great Tao Supremes? There are only a few among the chaotic fiend celestials. As for the other great Tao Supremes in the chaos, they are mostly great Tao divine spirits. They are either timid or cautious and have been in seclusion, not daring to come out. No matter how you look at it, they will definitely not be able to stop 10,000 divine authority generals." Han Ju was deep in thought. Foolish sword sage asked, "Have you also attained the great Tao Supreme?" Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still chose to nod. He should trust this guy with such a high favorability. "How impressive," the foolish sword sage said with a strange expression. He cursed silently. No wonder. This fellow wanted to bully him. The foolish sword sage was even more shocked. Han Ju's strength was already terrifying. How could he be an enemy if his cultivation realm caught up? "By the way, who killed you the previous time when you were a great Tao Supreme?" Han Ju asked curiously. The foolish sword sage replied, "I'm not sure either. Speaking of which, I was also confused at that time. I had just attained supremacy and thought that I was the only great Tao Supreme. I don't know who the other party is, but he's definitely terrifying. He might even be the strongest existence in the chaos." Han Ju didn't use the derivation function. In any case, he was the foolish sword sage's enemy. That ancient deity did not attack now that the foolish sword sage had attained the great Tao Supreme again. He had probably let go of karma. The two of them chatted for a while more before the foolish sword sage agreed to come to the heavenly Tao. Han Ju opened his eyes after the dream ended. The feeling of attaining the great Tao Supreme was really comfortable. Han Ju directly began to preach the Tao. All the disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River were pulled into a state of Tao comprehension by the great Tao of extreme origin no matter what they were doing. 100 years later. The lecture ended. Han Ju wanted to continue cultivating, but after thinking about it, he still headed to the 33rd heaven. He directly entered the Universal Hall. Only Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and Lao Dan were in the hall. Seeing him appear, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du hurriedly asked, "Why are you here, fellow Taoist Han?" Lao Dan opened his eyes and sized him up, looking surprised. Han Ju's treasures were not simple. His temperament was even more impressive. Lao Dan inexplicably thought of Laozi. Han Ju nodded slightly at Lao Dan to show his courtesy. Then, he said to Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, "Gather all the sages for a meeting. The sages of the hidden sect will also be called over." Although he was no longer afraid of the divine authority generals, he still had to make his stance clear to prevent some sages from acting recklessly because they were too afraid. It was normal for sages to be afraid of death. At least, Han Ju could understand. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was stunned. Then, he immediately sent a voice transmission to gather the sages. Before long, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Zhou Shilai, Fang Liang, Jin Shen, Pan Xian, Su Dudao, Su Qi, Li Taigu, Primordial Chaos Buddha, Zhang Guxing, Long Hao, Ji Xianchen, Divine Might Buddha, Yang Che, Tai Sutian, Tian Zhan, Han Yu, Qin Ling, Xia Zhizuan, World Salvation Buddha, Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi all arrived. Lao Dan looked at the number of sages and became dazed. Even the human school in the deity realm of the ruins of End did not have so many sages. At first, he did not feel anything, but after all the sages arrived, the shock was still very strong. The sages became excited when they saw Han Ju. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage was the Heavenly Tao's greatest trump card. Lao Dan stood up and prepared to leave. Han Ju glanced at him and said, "It's fine. You can stay, too. The Heavenly Tao welcomes you at any time." Lao Dan was moved and sat back down. He also wanted to hear what Han Ju had to say. Han Ju was the first to speak. "The matter of the divine authority generals has been in everyone's mind recently. Although I'm in seclusion, I've also heard that the divine authority generals not only want to destroy the chaotic fiend celestials but also the heavenly Tao created by Pangu is also in their target range. This means that the heavenly Tao will fight the divine authority generals. I hereby express that this battle must be fought." He spoke very slowly and softly, but the words were heavy. He had to fight. The sages were excited. Although the sages had temporarily reached a consensus, they were still afraid of the divine authority generals. Han Ju continued, "The heavenly Tao has no backing ever since it restarted. It's all thanks to us sages, the heavenly devil calamity, the flame race calamity, the calamity race's calamity, the divine spirit calamity, and so on. When has the heavenly Tao ever relied on the chaos? All along, the heavenly Tao has won and is constantly becoming stronger. This is our foundation. So what if they're the divine authority generals? In the past, when have we not been in desperate situations? Besides, the divine authority generals' opponents are not only the heavenly Tao but also the chaotic fiend celestials. We are not alone in this battle. I hope that all the sages can calm down and stabilize the heavenly Tao. Who in the chaos will dare to provoke the heavenly Tao in the future if we win? How can the chaos tolerate us if the heavenly Tao is gone? How can we be slaves in other worlds?" Han Ju stared at the sages and spoke firmly. The sages were all excited. Thinking back to the past, it was indeed not easy, but they survived. The new sages also wanted to join the legends and become great sages who resisted the calamity. It was not that Han Ju's words were beautiful, but mainly because of his determination, as if he could definitely survive this calamity. Who did not know that the divine might heavenly sage had unparalleled potential and had never lost? Chapter 8 42 Fusion of Supreme Treasures, Really Alive. Chapter 842 Fusion of Supreme Treasures, Really Alive, Fight, What Are You Afraid of? Heavenly Venerate Wufa said. The other sages also began to express their stance. Pan Xan laughed. It's been a long time since we last fought. I hope the Divine Authority Generals can fight us. What are we afraid of with the Divine Might Heavenly Sage on our side? Although we are new sages, we are not afraid of battle. This battle can show the Heavenly Tao's power to the chaos. TSK, the exquisite world invited me, but I rejected them without any hesitation. When will the Divine Authority Generals arrive? You make me want to fight now. The sages spoke one after another, and the atmosphere was agitated. Please keep reading on MYB 0xN0VL. C0M Hanju glanced at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. He understood and took over the authority. He began to summarize the recent development of the Heavenly Tao and deployed the space around it. Lao Dan, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi listened quietly. Their feelings were very different. He did not expect the Heavenly Tao sages to be so harmonious. At first glance, it was even more harmonious than the discussion of fellow disciples. There were no conflicts of interest. Lao Dan sighed. This Divine Might Heavenly Sage has some methods. He doesn't only know how to enter seclusion. He felt that Hanju might have threatened the sages in private. Otherwise, how could they be so harmonious? Tao Sovereign and the other two were even more proud. The Heavenly Tao already belonged to the hidden sect. No wonder Hanju didn't deliberately develop the hidden sect. He had already occupied a high-rise building, so the development of the grassroots was naturally casual. After Heavenly Venerate Xian Du finished instructing, Hanju said, I've roped in two great Tao sages. One of them will bring their world here. At that time, they will be distributed near the Heavenly Tao. They will develop with the Heavenly Tao and help each other in the future. The sages were shocked. Two great Tao sages. They already knew of great sage Void Soul's existence. With two more, wouldn't there be four great Tao sages? The sages enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison thought of the divine robed Taoist. There were 5 of them. Li Taigu said excitedly, Senior Han is really powerful. In that case, we have more confidence in resisting the Divine Authority Generals. The other sages flattered Hanju sincerely. Xia Jizuan and the World Salvation Buddha didn't know much about the Great Tao Sage realm, but they knew that it was 2 major realms higher than them. Definitely unfathomable. They looked at Hanju with reverence. Please keep reading on MYB 0xN0VL. C0M Zhang Guxing looked at the calm Hanju with mixed emotions. He recalled the Sword Dao River. At that time, he had never thought that this would happen. It felt like a dream. He understood one thing. Meeting Hanju and showing goodwill was the greatest opportunity in his life. If not for Hanju, how could he have been elected as a sage? Hanju stood up and said, in short, everyone, manage the Heavenly Tao well. I will definitely take action when the Divine Authority Generals arrive. There's no need to panic. As for your connection with other worlds, grasp it well and choose a good path. I can let bygones be bygones, but I don't want to see it a second time. With that, Hanju disappeared. The sages looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. If Hanju didn't say that, they would always be nervous, afraid that those things would become evidence against them. Su Dudao looked at Yang Che and said in a strange tone, be careful. Yang Che snorted. You too. Idiot. I'm already a loyal servant of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. How can he hurt me? Pan Xian looked at Jin Shen and said, we have to hurry up on the second chaotic heavenly road. Choose one side from the alliance of 100 worlds as the end. Jin Shen nodded. The other sages also chatted. Lao Dan looked at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and said, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage is indeed impressive. It seems that you didn't choose blindly. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du replied, following fellow Taoist Han is at least responsible and not inactive. Lao Dan frowned. The two of them spoke without restraint. The other sages heard it, but they pretended not to. They knew very well that Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was expressing his loyalty to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus after returning to the 100-peak Immortal River. He did not cultivate immediately. Instead, he looked at the Supreme Treasure Fusion Cauldron in the Myriad Worlds projection. He had too many Dharma treasures in the system. It was time to fuse them. The first thing he thought of was the Primordial Judgment Sword. The heaven-opening axe was still Pangu's weapon no matter how impressive it was. The Primordial Judgment Sword was Han Ju's birth Dharma treasure and was paired with the Primordial Fiend Celestial. However, its realm had always been lower than his cultivation realm, so it had always been stored in his warehouse. The Supreme Treasure Fusion Cauldron could fuse all Dharma treasures. This might be able to help the Primordial Judgment Sword. Han Ju waved his hand and took out all his Dharma treasures. Qilin Sword, Demon Binding Rope, Burning Fiend Bell, Heart Protecting Immortal Chain, Calm Meditation Mat, Heavenly Spirit Bracelet, Purple Gold Soft Armor, God Slayer Sword, Heaven and Earth Primordial Sword, 9 Elements 10,000 Life Sword, and so on. He suddenly had a bold thought. Should he also fuse the heaven-opening axe into the Primordial Judgment Sword? He asked in his mind, will I lose control of the Primordial Judgment Sword if I fuse the heaven-opening axe into it? No, then, can the Primordial Judgment Sword surpass an ultimate Tao treasure? Possible, only a possibility. Han Ju hesitated for a moment and started the fusion. The Supreme Treasure Fusion Cauldron was not a physical object but a function. Han Ju let the system do it. Dozens of Dharma treasures fused into the Primordial Judgment Sword, including the heaven-opening axe. The main item was the Primordial Judgment Sword. The product would still look like this sword after the fusion. Do you want to start the fusion? Yes. Do you need to make sure? Are you afraid that I'll act recklessly when I'm drunk? Han Ju found it funny. Fusion begins. Please wait patiently. It involved an ultimate Tao treasure and would probably take some time. Han Ju was not in a hurry and began to meditate and cultivate. In the Pangu Hall. Pan Xian opened his eyes in the middle of his meditation. For some reason, his heart suddenly felt empty, as if he had lost something. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He sensed carefully and could not figure it out. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the heaven-opening axe is calling me? Pan Xian frowned. After all, he had used the heaven-opening axe for a period of time. However, he couldn't find it. Damn it, I'll kill all of you sooner or later. Pan Xian thought hatefully. He could only try his best not to think about it. In the dark forbidden zone, a majestic pagoda was advancing. Countless cultivators gathered around it, as well as chaotic beasts. It was unstoppable. On the top of the tower, Zhou Fan had his arms crossed as he looked ahead. It was dark, but he could already see the heavenly Tao. We're finally going back, Zhou Fan muttered to himself and smiled. Mo Fuzhou stood beside him and asked curiously, we're almost there. Zhou Fan nodded. Mo Fuzhou looked expectant. He had been thinking about the heavenly Tao after reviving. He had been very confused when he learned that he had been revived in the chaos. He felt out of place. Everything was like a dream. Only now that he was returning to the heavenly Tao did he feel that he was really alive. Chapter 843 True Ultimate, Increase in Strength. Chapter 843 True Ultimate, Increase in Strength. I wonder if the Jade Pure Sacred Sect is still around, Mo Fuzhou muttered to himself. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. However, there was no choice. To Zhou Fan, he had lived for more than 3 million years, but to Mo Fuzhou, it had been 2 million years since then. After reviving, he had been cultivating in seclusion. Their state of mind could not be compared. Zhou Fan said, it should still be there. The hidden sect disciples mentioned that the reroll world, where the Jade Pure Sacred Sect is located, is the second mortal world of the heavenly Tao. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect is also the number 1 sect in the reroll world. Mo Fuzhou smiled. So powerful. It seems that our Jade Pure Sacred Sect is really lucky. Zhou Fan curled his lips. How was the Jade Pure Sacred Sect powerful? It was clearly because of Han Ju. He didn't dare to look down on him. After all, he was also benefiting from him. The two of them chatted as they waited for the great Tao Tower to reach the heavenly Tao. At the edge of the heavenly Tao, Fang Liang had already begun to wait and was in charge of receiving the great Tao Tower. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. After all, the great Tao Tower led many cultivators. They had to make arrangements, or it would easily cause panic. The great Tao Tower's arrival also caused a huge commotion in the heavenly Tao. The news that Zhou Fan was a disciple of the hidden sect also spread, revealing the hidden sect's foundation to the heavenly Tao cultivators. The hidden sect had always been a major force in the immortal world, but it kept a low profile and rarely fought for great providence. Usually, cultivators would find it difficult to think of them. Because of the great Tao Tower, all living beings began to dig up information about the hidden sect. The more they understood, the more shocked they became. Year after year passed. 40,000 years later. On this day, a notification appeared in front of Han Ju. Fusion successful. Primordial Judgment Sword has been upgraded to an ultimate Tao treasure. Han Ju was a little disappointed. He had thought that the Primordial Judgment Sword could become an ultimate supreme treasure. However, it was impossible upon thinking about it carefully. Other than the heaven-opening axe, the grade of the other Dharma treasures was not enough. Han Ju took out the Primordial Judgment Sword. In an instant, purple-red light burst out, causing the entire Taoist temple to become sinister. A terrifying killing intent spread out. Han Ju hurriedly used his supreme power to control it. The Primordial Judgment Sword was his birth Dharma treasure, to begin with. He did not need to refine it again. Han Ju began to sense the Primordial Judgment Sword's power and fused it with his will. Unlike the heaven-opening axe, Han Ju felt extremely close to the Primordial Judgment Sword. He could easily mobilize all the power it contained. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. The Primordial Judgment Sword's blade was red. It was as wide as a palm and 5 feet long. The sword body emitted a faint purple light that complemented each other. It was mysterious. After a long time, Han Ju began the simulation trial to familiarize himself with the Primordial Judgment Sword. 100,000 foolish sword sages. Han Ju fused the 1,949 fiend celestial Dharma idols into his body and used the primordial divine rage to slash out. He killed them all. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. The Primordial Judgment Sword was even more ferocious than the previous heaven-opening axe. Apart from the killing intent of the heaven-opening axe, there was also the power of primordial chaos. When fused together, it truly displayed the power of an ultimate Tao treasure. Han Ju's strength suddenly increased after acquiring the new Primordial Judgment Sword. Indeed, Dharma treasures were also very important. Pangu could fight against 3,000 fiend celestials with the heaven-opening axe. He could only fight dozens of fiend celestials without it. Of course, this was also related to Pangu's cultivation. Han Ju began to increase the number of foolish sword sages. 200,000 foolish sword sages. This time, Han Ju felt a suffocating pressure. After fighting for a long time, he finally killed all 200,000 foolish sword sages. He frowned. He was still far from being invincible. After all, he was still a realm higher. Facing the foolish sword sage, he actually killed as many as came. Han Ju sighed and opened his eyes. He suddenly felt an aura. The foolish sword sage's aura. At this moment, the foolish sword sage was staying in the Great Tao Tower. When did this fellow arrive? Han Ju was vigilant. He had been careless. He immediately used the simulation trial to test the foolish sword sage and copied his data again. Then, he began the simulation trial again. 1-on-1, insta-kill. 100 foolish sword sages were insta-killed. 1,000 foolish sword sages took 10 breaths of time. Han Ju continued fighting. After several rounds, he found a way to insta-kill 1,000 foolish sword sages. The battle became difficult after he increased the number to 10,000 foolish sword sages. Han Ju discovered that the foolish sword sage was indeed much stronger than before, but there was not much difference. Perhaps the previous foolish sword sage had already attained the Great Tao Supreme Realm. He could also show the level of a half-step Great Tao Supreme with his perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm cultivation. The foolish sword sage had said that he could fight 100 Divine Authority Generals. In other words, Han Ju could kill 1,000,000 Divine Authority Generals. In that case, the Divine Authority Generals were not worth mentioning. It was also possible that the foolish sword sage was bragging. Han Ju thought carefully. The reason he was so much stronger than a Great Tao Supreme of the same realm was all thanks to the Grand Unity aspect and the stellar primordial body. The Grand Unity aspect allowed him to have nearly 2,000 helpers, and they could also fuse into his body. It was equivalent to increasing his strength by 2,000 times in battle. Of course, other cultivators would not be able to withstand 2,000 idols of the Grand Unity aspect. Because of the non-coexistence of the Great Tao, it might be difficult for them to cultivate more than one Great Tao power. 7 Tao Sage was something. He had actually grasped 7 Great Tao. Han Ju thought of the 7 Tao Sage and suddenly felt that he might be someone with great providence. If not for him, with his methods and potential, he might have grown into Laozi or an even stronger existence. Unfortunately, he was courting death and insisted on finding trouble with Han Ju. After thinking, Han Ju put away the primordial judgment sword and stood up to see the foolish sword sage. He wouldn't die even if the foolish sword sage ambushed him. As for whether the chaotic consciousness would attack, Han Ju was not worried. He could spy on the entire chaos. He could discover it immediately if the 7 supreme rules and the 3,000 Great Tao fluctuated. In addition, he had left a trace of will in the Daoist temple. He could be instantly revived in the Daoist temple even if he died. It was very safe. It was perfect. At the top of the Great Tao Tower, the foolish sword sage floated above Zhou Fan's head and observed him comprehending the Great Tao Tower. Zhou Fan, who was already a freedom sage, did not sense the foolish sword sage above his head. The two sides were less than 50 feet apart. They were so close, but Zhou Fan couldn't discover him. It was enough to show the difference between the Great Tao Supreme Realm and the Freedom Sage Realm. Han Ju suddenly appeared behind Zhou Fan and snorted. "Don't be a peeping Tom. Haven't you heard?" Zhou Fan opened his eyes and hurriedly turned around to bow to him. "Master, what peeping Tom?" Zhou Fan asked carefully. This was his territory. What was there to peep on? Foolish sword sage smiled. "I'm just curious about the Great Tao Tower. Back then, I also had a relationship with the 7 Tao Sage." Zhou Fan suddenly looked up, trembling in fear. There was actually someone above him. Zhou Fan was instantly filled with fear. When did the other party arrive? He actually did not sense anything. The foolish sword sage landed and looked at Han Ju. "I can't see through you. It seems that I'm still not your match." His tone was intriguing, but Han Ju heard a hint of unwillingness. "You can't defeat me. Even 10,000 of you are not my match. Chapter 844 Dark Forbidden Lord's Identity. Chapter 844 Dark Forbidden Lord's Identity. You're alone? Han Ju asked. He didn't mind the foolish sword sage's offense towards Zhou Fan. After all, he didn't hurt him. The foolish sword sage said, I once created a world. Later, I felt that it was cumbersome and abandoned it. The world perished in less than 10 billion years. He spoke casually as if that world had nothing to do with him. Zhou Fan frowned. However, the mention of 10 billion years caused him not to dare to be hostile. To be able to live for 10 billion years, who knew how strong he was? Han Ju said, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Don't disturb the heavenly Tao lifeforms casually. Foolish sword sage snorted. Don't worry. There's nothing else in the heavenly Tao that makes me curious other than the great Tao Tower. Zhou Fan became nervous. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M Han Ju said, don't think about the great Tao Tower. This is my disciple's supreme treasure. I understand. I don't have to snatch treasures from juniors. Let's go. Lead the way. The two of them disappeared from the hall. Zhou Fan was relieved and curious about who that person was. On the other side, Han Ju brought the foolish sword sage to the welcoming sacred palace and introduced him to Sect Master Tian Ju. Foolish sword sage, Sect Master Tian Ju took the initiative and instantly became respectful. Clearly, he had heard of this name. Han Ju looked at the foolish sword sage and said, you can stay here and cultivate in the future. The foolish sword sage nodded. He turned around and walked to a corner to meditate. Han Ju left after instructing Sect Master Tian Ju. The foolish sword sage's arrival quickly spread to the sages, making them believe Han Ju's words even more. He could really rope in a great Tao sage. 20,000 years later. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M Red Fate arrived. She opened her right hand and released a vast world that landed beside the heavenly Tao. It was almost half the size of the immortal world. Red Fate took the initiative to negotiate with Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and explained that she was invited by Han Ju. The sages were excited. Another great Tao sage had arrived. Not only that, but she also brought a world. This world was so vast that it naturally attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao cultivators. The news could not be hidden. For a time, the situation in the immortal world changed. All sorts of rumors circulated. In the blink of an eye, Han Ju entered seclusion for another 50,000 years. Han Ju's cultivation speed decreased again after reaching the Great Tao Supreme Realm. Not only was his cultivation speed slow, but he also suddenly lost his sense of direction. He didn't know how to cultivate. He opened his eyes and began to stabilize his Tao heart. One could definitely cultivate in the Great Tao Supreme Realm. It was definitely not stagnant. However, the Great Tao could no longer help him become stronger. What should he care about? Han Ju's gaze landed on the primordial world. Previously, it was to refine stars. What should he do now? Han Ju began to try various methods. The stars had already reached their limits and could no longer be refined with supreme power. The nebulous primordial chi had already transformed into a primordial space and was very stable. It could no longer be improved. After countless attempts, Han Ju finally found the method. Expansion of the primordial world. This method needed to open up the space in the soul and let it constantly expand. The primordial space would expand as well, causing an endless stream of nebulous primordial chi to be born and connect to the primordial space. Han Ju's cultivation level would also increase as the nebulous primordial chi increased. He didn't know if the expansion of the primordial world had a limit, but he could cultivate for now. Hanju opened his eyes and sent a dream to Red Fate. They chatted for a while and finally met. Red Fate had already settled down. With the help of the sages, the heavenly Tao cultivators did not find trouble with the Red Fate world. Hanju checked the emails after the dream ended. After so many years, he didn't know how his friends were doing. Hanju could directly observe them, but that was too troublesome. The emails were more interesting. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your son Han Tua has returned to the chaos. Your good friend Yi Tian has returned to the chaos. Your good friend Jiang Juesher was attacked, X-19, or good friend Di Jiang has received guidance from your good friend Pangu. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hudu has received guidance from your good friend Pangu. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has fused with the great Tao Providence Divine Authority. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by the great Tao Providence Divine Authority and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine Robe Daoist was cursed by a mysterious curse. Han Tua and Yi Tian had returned. It seemed that the great Tao divine spirits had been careless recently. The meeting between the 12 ancestral magi and Pangu was a sign that the battle was about to begin. Hanju didn't plan to interfere in the battle between the chaotic fiend celestial and the divine authority generals. After all, both sides were his enemies. Once his identity was exposed, the chaotic fiend celestials would definitely join forces to deal with him. It was better to let them fight to the death before he harvested the divine authority generals. As for the consequences of killing the divine authority generals, Hanju didn't have much of a burden. The hidden sect disciples had already returned one after another. He could just take all the disciples back to the Tao field if he really angered the chaotic deities. However, he felt that the chaotic deities would not attack. He was an existence higher than the chaos, and Hanju was defending himself. How could the chaotic deities attack? In addition, Hanju still had Pangu as his backing. The current resurrected Pangu was only a clone. Pangu's main body was still around even if he was destroyed. Could Pangu stand by and watch if the chaotic deities dared to attack the heavenly Tao? Hanju had a feeling that Pangu was not much weaker than the chaotic fiend celestials. There was also the mysterious and unknown Tao ancestor. These two were the true backing of the heavenly Tao. Hanju sent a dream to Divine Lord Peacock after reading the emails. This fellow had not been careful recently and was injured again. Could the great Tao Providence Divine Authority that attacked him be a Divine Authority General? Hanju met Divine Lord Peacock in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and saw Hanju. He immediately looked awkward. The Dark Forbidden Lord would visit him in his dreams every time he was injured. Although it was out of concern, it also made him lose face. Divine Lord Peacock hurriedly said, "This time, I wasn't defeated by someone at the same realm, much less suppressed by a great Tao sage. It was a Divine Authority General. 10,000 Divine Authority Generals are too strong. One of them casually glared at me and I almost lost my soul." Speaking of this, Divine Lord Peacock still shivered when he thought about it. He had never encountered such a terrifying thing. Hanju asked, "When will you attain the great Tao?" Divine Lord Peacock replied, "Soon, soon. I've already been checked by the Divine Authority Generals. I can cultivate in peace now. Legend has it that the Divine Authority is about to destroy the chaotic fiend celestials, the heavenly Tao, and the mysterious primordial fiend celestial." "Is that true?" Hanju said, "I don't know. It doesn't matter as long as you're safe. What do you think of the Divine Authority Generals?" Divine Lord Peacock asked carefully. There were various opinions regarding the Dark Forbidden Lord's identity. Some time ago, because of a sentence before the death of the first life Black Sovereign, the chaotic living beings thought that the Dark Forbidden Lord was a great Tao divine spirit. Han Ju said, "It's just a trigger of the chaotic rule. It has nothing to do with us. Don't ask and don't think too much." Divine Lord Peacock immediately had many guesses. Han Ju instructed, "Hurry up and attain the great Tao. I'll be forced to re-evaluate your potential if you're injured before attaining the Tao." Chapter 845 Heavenly Tao's Prosperity, Heavenly Emperor's Shock. Chapter 845 Heavenly Tao's Prosperity, Heavenly Emperor's Shock. All right. Divine Lord Peacock agreed immediately, but he was panicking inside. He also felt embarrassed. His performance in the past 2 million years was far inferior to the past. It made him look like he was bragging. Han Ju didn't say anything else and directly removed the dream. Realizing that he had returned to reality, Han Ju began to observe the Heavenly Tao. 2 more sage positions appeared in the Heavenly Tao after the calamity ended. Han Ju didn't plan to interfere and let nature take its course. Han Ju looked at the chaos next. He captured the 10,000 divine authority generals advancing in the chaos. They were still far from the Heavenly Tao, but they were already very close to the Grand Primordium domain. Dozens of chaotic fiend celestials gathered in the Grand Primordium domain, including Pangu. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. After reviving, Pangu's aura was not inferior to before. The other living beings in the Grand Primordium domain had already been dispersed, leaving only the fiend celestials waiting for the final battle. The divine authority generals seemed to sense the chaotic fiend celestials and deliberately approached the Grand Primordium domain. Han Ju looked forward to this battle. Han Ju retracted his gaze and continued cultivating after watching for a while. Deep in the chaos, in the dark forbidden zone, a beam of light sped away. It was Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher suddenly stopped and looked forward with a sharp gaze. The dark space fluctuated and a figure slowly walked out. Ancestor Shitian. Jiang Juesher asked, "Why did the ancestor only appear after chasing me here?" Ancestor Shitian said expressionlessly, "You know very well that I'll leave after saying a few words. Just pretend that I didn't catch up to you." Jiang Juesher frowned and fell into confusion. He had never been able to figure out Ancestor Shitian. It seemed that he had been captured by him, but all these years, Ancestor Shitian had provided him with a safe cultivation environment. He felt that Ancestor Shitian had entered life with ulterior motives. Although the Heavenly Tao has existed for a long time, there are very few opportunities like yours. In the past, only Pangu and the Tao Ancestor could compare to you. Your fate is extraordinary. I hope that you can act cautiously. Especially now, the situation in the chaos is unknown. You will only attract trouble if you wantonly display your potential, Ancestor Shitian said softly, causing Jiang Juesher to frown even harder. In his opinion, the chaos was not lively. On the contrary, it was lonely. It was rare to see a living being in hundreds of years. Under such circumstances, his potential was easily spied on. Jiang Juesher fell into self-doubt. Could it be that the chaos was really more terrifying than he had imagined? Were there many eyes staring at him? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He had indeed been careless. After all, reincarnation for hundreds of thousands of years was too long. Ancestor Shitian continued, "The future Heavenly Tao still needs you to save it. I'll teach you the great Tao of Karma before I leave." He waved his sleeve, and a ball of light quickly entered Jiang Juesher's forehead, preventing him from reacting. Jiang Juesher was stunned. Ancestor Shitian was already gone when he opened his eyes again. He did not stay in place and quickly left. In the darkness, a majestic golden Buddha dragged a world with one hand. It was the sacred true martial Buddha. The Heavenly Tao was already ahead. Sacred true martial Buddha's gaze landed on the red fate world. He was slightly moved. He could sense a terrifying aura hidden in the red fate world. He had come to the heavenly Tao before, but there was no such world then. Chu Shuren's voice floated into his ears. Don't worry. That's a great Tao sage invited by my grandmaster. The Buddhist world is to position itself on the other side of the immortal world, forming a defensive formation on both sides. Sacred True Martial Buddha immediately stopped asking when Chu Shuren mentioned his grandmaster. He circled around the heavenly Tao and arrived on the other side of the immortal world. Sages appeared one after another and looked curiously at the Sacred True Martial Buddha. Fong Liang had already revealed that the Buddhist world was also moving here. They were already looking forward to it. The sages introduced themselves. Sacred True Martial Buddha did not put on airs. He knew that he had to stay near the heavenly Tao for a long time. They might also fuse together in the future. He did not resist. Instead, he was very satisfied. It was indeed difficult for him to rely on the Buddhist world alone. The immortal world was different. He would die even if a great Tao divine spirit attacked. The Sacred True Martial Buddha chatted politely with the sages. 10,000 years later, after discussion by the sages, they began to arrange for heavenly Tao cultivators to go to the Buddhist world and the Red Fate world. They would first spread the providence of the heavenly Tao. Under the accumulation of time, they would fuse with the heavenly Tao sooner or later. Red Fate and Sacred True Martial Buddha had no objections. The foolish sword sage had been staying in the welcoming sacred palace. At first, sect master Tianju was not used to him, but later, he was very happy. The welcoming sacred palace was the place where the heavenly Tao received the chaotic forces. Chaotic mighty figures would come every once in a while. The foolish sword sage's existence gave the chaotic forces a lot of pressure and also displayed the heavenly Tao's foundation. The heavenly Tao was not afraid of the divine authority generals. The foolish sword sage had fought Panga twice and survived. His reputation had long shaken the chaos. For a time, the negative impact of the divine authority generals on the heavenly Tao decreased. Instead, it had a positive effect and attracted more and more heavenly Tao cultivators to return. It was as if the divine authority generals would no longer target the heavenly Tao. This situation made the sages very happy. At the same time, they were glad that they did not leave the heavenly Tao. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. He had been in seclusion for another 50,000 years and his cultivation level had increased greatly. The primordial world had already nearly doubled in size. It was not bad. As the primordial world increased, the distance between the stars also increased. They began to develop meteors, which was quite magical. Han Ju habitually checked his emails. The wait for the divine authority generals was a little boring. However, the later the divine authority came, the more confident he was. Soon, Han Ju was attracted by an email. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. He continued reading and saw another related email. Or was, your good friend evil heavenly emperor was attacked by the great Tao Providence divine authority. His body was destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul. So tragic. Han Ju's heart tightened, and he immediately sent a dream to the evil heavenly emperor. The dream was the forest back then. The evil heavenly emperor opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Han Ju. Your Majesty, have you encountered a divine authority general recently? Han Ju asked. The evil heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. That's right, but I'm fine. I've long escaped the providence of the heavenly Tao and am not a heavenly Tao life form. Han Ju was relieved after hearing that. The evil heavenly emperor said, you're preparing to deal with the divine authority generals? I've heard of the heavenly Tao's situation. It hasn't collapsed yet and is even constantly absorbing mighty figures. Are you going to fight? Han Ju felt that there was nothing to hide and nodded. It's our duty to protect the heavenly Tao. The evil heavenly emperor clicked his tongue in wonder. I'm beginning to suspect that you're not a chaotic fiend celestial. The divine authority generals are about to suffer. The evil heavenly emperor was shocked and looked at Han Ju in disbelief. He knew him too well. This kid would not guard the heavenly Tao to his death. It was obvious that he was confident. Han Ju felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the evil heavenly emperor knew his limits and didn't continue to guess Han Ju's identity. What was higher than the chaotic fiend celestial's potential? By the way, I met an acquaintance among the divine authority generals. The Tao ancestor. He's also one of the divine authority generals. The evil heavenly emperor changed the topic and said with a dark expression. Chapter 846 Ultimate Mortal Robe, Prepare for Battle. Chapter 846 Ultimate Mortal Robe, Prepare for Battle, Tao Ancestor. What do you mean? One of the divine authority generals looks like the Tao Ancestor. Or is the Tao Ancestor commanding the divine authority generals? Han Ju frowned. He had seen the divine authority generals in the illusion before. They didn't have a leader or independent thoughts. They looked like fighting machines. The evil heavenly emperor said, I'm not sure either, but I did find the Tao ancestor among the divine authority generals. This matter is really strange. I have to think of a way to investigate. Han Ju nodded and noted this down. The two of them chatted for a while more before Han Ju removed the dream. He opened his eyes and asked in his mind, I want to know why the Tao ancestor is among the divine authority generals. It cannot be deduced without karma. What did it mean by no karma? Han Ju began to ask all sorts of questions about the Tao ancestor, but no matter how he asked, he couldn't derive them. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. It was as if the Tao ancestor did not exist. This was interesting. The Tao ancestor was clearly still in his interpersonal relationships. How could he not have deduced it? It seemed that the Tao ancestor had not been idle during this period of time. He had been secretly working hard. Han Ju shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he entered cultivation again. The fiend celestials were gathered in the hall in the Grand Primordium domain. Beside the Grand Primordium fiend celestial sat a burly figure. It was Pangu. Pangu's hair was disheveled and he emitted a wild aura. As he breathed, it was like turbid flames spitting out. At this moment, Pangu suddenly opened his eyes. The other fiend celestials seemed to sense something and opened their eyes with solemn expressions. The Grand Primordium fiend celestial frowned. It's coming. The other fiend celestials began to speak. Why did they suddenly turn to the Grand Primordium domain? Indeed, a mysterious existence is manipulating the divine authority generals. They're just afraid that we chaotic fiend celestials will grow stronger. Unfortunately, I wanted to rope in some mighty figures. There are always people afraid of death. The chaos will be under our control in the future if we win this battle. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M. Come. The chaos belongs to us fiend celestials. Back then, there was no great Tao divine spirit when we fought, let alone a divine authority general. The chaotic fiend celestials were all high-spirited and fearless. They were already mentally prepared. Before the battle, they naturally would not dampen each other's morale. Most importantly, they had no way out. Pangu said, prepare to set up the formation. The Grand Primordium fiend celestial nodded and stood up. An ancient battle that was rare in billions of years was about to erupt. Heavenly Tao. Time flew. Han Ju continued to cultivate without stopping after he entered seclusion for 50,000 years. In any case, the Heavenly Tao's development was smooth sailing. Great Tao sages and great Tao supremes were also guarding it. Only the divine authority could cause trouble in the future. He continued to cultivate in seclusion. The primordial world continued to expand and the nebulous primordial chi it contained increased, causing his supreme power to accumulate and become stronger. After a certain period of time, Hanju suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. He felt a huge battle erupt in the chaos. He calmed down and calculated. It had only been a little more than 90,000 years since he entered seclusion. Had the divine authority generals already reached the grand primordium domain? It was a little fast. In other words, the heavenly Tao's future would also be brought forward. Hanju took a deep breath. He was already prepared to fight and was not afraid. He looked at the grand primordium domain. The dozens of chaotic fiend celestials were already surrounded by 10,000 divine authority generals. Outside the battlefield, the 12 ancestral magi brought the Magus race over, but they did not dare to go up. It was not only the Magus race. Other races were watching the battle and preparing to attack at any time. They were probably related to the chaotic fiend celestials. The battle was intense. Pangu was the most eye-catching. He fought 1,000 divine authority generals alone and was not at all inferior. After a divine authority general was destroyed, he instantly revived as if he could not be killed. He couldn't see who would win for the time being. However, Hanju felt that the divine authority generals would win. Apart from the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial and Pangu, the other Fiend Celestials were not as powerful as the Foolish Sword Sage. Most chaotic Fiend Celestials would find it difficult to fight a divine authority general alone. The undying divine authority generals would win sooner or later. Hanju watched with relish. This battle wouldn't end anytime soon. After watching for a while, Hanju lost interest. How long until the divine authority generals reach the heavenly Tao? He asked in his mind. 1 quadrillion years will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 500,000 years. Hanju knew that this was the latest forecast. The actual time would only speed up. He could affect the development of karma, and so could others, let alone existences stronger than him. Come on. I'll be waiting for you. Hanju thought proudly. It was time to test his strength after secretly cultivating for 3 million years. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Venerate Xiandu, asking him to prepare early to prevent chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu immediately gathered the sages in the welcoming sacred palace. After Sect Master Tianju left, the foolish sword sage opened his eyes and stared at the chaos, watching from afar. He frowned and clenched his fists in his sleeves, trying his best to restrain his emotions. The divine authority general's power made him uneasy. Pangu was already his mental demon. But even such a powerful mental demon was suppressed by the divine authority generals. The foolish sword sage had mixed emotions. He was both terrified and glad. The divine authority generals seemed to be proficient in some kind of restriction that sealed the grand primordium domain. Some chaotic fiend celestials who had been killed wanted to escape, but they were blocked. Dead end. A chaotic fiend celestial had already died. The foolish sword sage stopped watching and looked at the immortal world. What was Hanju thinking now? Should he visit him in his dreams? No. Hanju must already know that the battle has erupted. Won't I look timid if I go looking for him? The foolish sword sage adjusted his state of mind, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. So what if there are 10,000 divine authority generals? My sword Tao will use you as a whetstone. The foolish sword sage's eyes flickered as he became high-spirited again. Thousands of years later, Hanju was still cultivating when a choice suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the divine authority generals are about to attack the heavenly Tao. You have the following choices. 1. Prepare to fight the divine authority generals. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a primordial fragment, and a supreme treasure. 2. Immediately escape the heavenly Tao and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju chose the first one without hesitation after looking at the choices in front of him. It was rare to choose the first option. You chose to fight the Divine Authority Generals and obtained a Great Tao Fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, a Primordial Fragment, and a Supreme Treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Ultimate Tao Treasure, Ultimate Mortal Robe, Ultimate Defensive Tao Treasure. A Supreme Treasure formed by absorbing mortal power. It is invisible and colorless. It can defend against a blow from a Tao creator. Han Ju's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. It could defend against a blow from a Tao creator. Although it was only one strike, it was enough to make Han Ju excited. How safe! The system was truly caring. Han Ju first took out the Creation Spirit Stone and fused it with a ball of Fiend Celestial Qi. Then, he took out the Ultimate Mortal Robe and refined it to recognize him as its owner. The Ultimate Mortal Robe was a ball of red Qi in Han Ju's hand. It didn't look like a robe in the slightest. Chapter 847 Wiping Out the Fiend Celestials, Unprecedented Pressure. Chapter 847 Wiping Out the Fiend Celestials, Unprecedented Pressure. Han Ju finally succeeded after 500 years. Something pleasantly surprising happened again. The Ultimate Mortal Robe directly dissipated and turned invisible. It attached to his body, and he didn't even need to take off the Time Tao robe. In other words, he was wearing two robe Dharma treasures at once. It was simply too defensive. Impeccable. Perfect. Han Ju was full of confidence now. He immediately began the simulation trial and challenged 10,000 Great Tao Supreme Foolish Sword Sage. He stood still and let them hit him. They finally shattered the Ultimate Mortal Robe after 5 minutes. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. It was stable. Han Ju could finally rest assured. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The battle at the Grand Primordium Domain ended with the complete annihilation of the chaotic Fiend Celestials. Even the powerful Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial and Pangu had perished. This battle completely changed the situation in the chaos and also shocked all living beings. Chaotic Fiend Celestial. All living grew up listening to the legends of the chaotic Fiend Celestials. Fiend Celestials were the highest existences in the hearts of all living beings. The Divine Authority Generals had actually annihilated most of the chaotic Fiend Celestials in one battle. For a time, the entire chaos fell into an uproar. After the shock, most of the living beings reacted with excitement. After all, the Divine Authority Generals could not threaten them. All living beings in the chaos would have a chance to rise once the chaotic Fiend Celestials were cleaned up. A chaotic Fiend Celestial could control a domain. Once it died, the forces and power it affected would be immeasurable. At the same time, the gazes of the chaotic living beings landed on the heavenly Tao. The chaotic Fiend Celestials were dead. Next was the heavenly Tao. The various factions closest to the heavenly Tao were originally shocked by its recent development. They even felt that the heavenly Tao had a chance to stand firm. However, they felt that the heavenly Tao was doomed when they saw the chaotic Fiend Celestials' tragic outcome. All the living beings in the immortal world also learned about this when the news reached the heavenly Tao. They were in danger. The sages preached the Tao in their respective Tao fields and took the opportunity to comfort the listeners. They then spread it by word of mouth to every corner of the immortal world. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. As for the thousands of mortal worlds below the immortal world, they did not know about this at all. The difference in cultivation level was too great, and information was completely blocked. In the Universal Hall, sages gathered. Even the sages of the hidden sect came. Everyone was talking about the battle in the Grand Primordium Domain. I really didn't expect them to all die. Even Pangu died. Yes, I used to think that the chaotic Fiend Celestials could pose a threat to the Divine Authority Generals. It said that the 10,000 Divine Authority Generals are complete. Sigh, it's almost our turn. Don't say it. I'm suddenly nervous. What are you afraid of? Isn't this good? The chaotic fiend celestials have failed. How impressive will that be if we win? What are you bragging about? We will all be spectators when the time comes. We still have to see the divine might heavenly sage and the three great Tao sages attack. If not for the sages of the hidden sect trusting Han Ju completely, the hall would probably be gloomy, silent, and oppressive. They had guessed that the chaotic fiend celestials would lose, but they did not expect them to all die. None of them survived. The shock and pressure brought by such an outcome was too strong. They felt suffocated when they first learned of this news. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, the chaotic heavenly road will be temporarily closed. Only the heavenly Tao lifeforms are allowed to return. You are not allowed to leave. Pan Xian and Jin Shen nodded. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du continued to deploy. Every sage had arranged things in an orderly manner. His steadiness also calmed the sages. They could only choose to believe in the divine might heavenly sage. Han Ju entered seclusion for another 50,000 years. Then, he opened his eyes and came to the second Tao field. He released the new fiend celestial and let Murong Qi take it away. Tao Comprehension Sword asked, Master, the divine authority generals are about to attack. Are you confident? She already knew the grand primordium domain's outcome in the myriad worlds projection and was very worried. Li Yao also looked at him. Han Ju said, no. Ha. Tao Comprehension Sword panicked. Then let's run. Han Ju smiled faintly. Li Yao said helplessly, would Sect Master need your reminder if he was really not confident? Tao Comprehension Sword was enlightened. Han Ju said, cultivate in peace. The divine authority generals will definitely not be our last enemy. There might be stronger enemies in the future. I need your help with the next calamities. You can't rely on me to do everything personally, right? Li Yao nodded. Tao Comprehension Sword was ashamed. Speaking of which, these hidden sect disciples had never helped him resolve his problems. Han Ju chatted with them for a while before returning to the 100-peak Immortal River. He looked at the chaos next. From the point of view of the chaos, the 10,000 divine authority generals were advancing towards the heavenly Tao in a straight line. The divine authority generals were really coming. Although Han Ju was already prepared, he still became a little nervous. He had lived for more than 3 million years, but he rarely encountered such a battle. Excitement. Anticipation. Nervousness. He was also a little scared. Han Ju asked in his mind, will I die if I kill 10,000 divine authority generals? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, will the chaotic deities personally take action if I kill 10,000 divine authority generals? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, the chaotic deities wouldn't attack even after this. Were they cowards? Something was wrong. Why won't the chaotic deities take action after I kill 10,000 divine authority generals? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A mysterious existence is restraining them. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. It was either Pangu, the Tao ancestor, or the two of them working together. Han Ju was completely relieved. Actually, he was not afraid even if the chaotic deities attacked. At most, he would hide in the Tao field. Han Ju continued to stare at the chaos. Indeed. The divine authority general's speed was increasing. Faster and faster. Han Ju stood up and jumped out of the heavenly Tao with great sage void soul. He came to the 33rd heaven and directly entered the universal hall. Great sage void soul was nervous. He knew why Han Ju brought him out. He had also spied on the chaos before and witnessed the Divine Authority General's dominance. "Boss, why did you bring me here?" "I'm nothing." Great Sage Void Soul was sad, but he did not dare to say it. The last time the Divine Robe Daoist attacked, he had lost all his face and had been looking for a chance to regain it. The Heavenly Tao was finally facing a calamity, but the outcome was 10 million times more terrifying than before. Why was this happening? Great Sage Void Soul felt that a mighty figure was targeting him. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately stood up when he saw Han Ju. He would not do that in the past. It could be seen how much pressure he was under. Although he was usually calm, he was actually under the greatest pressure. He had to support the overall situation of the Heavenly Tao and not collapse. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du asked carefully, "Fellow Daoist Han, what's the matter?" He was very nervous, afraid that Han Ju would say that he couldn't win and wanted to escape. In that case, how could he face the living beings of the Heavenly Tao and the other sages? Han Ju sat down beside him and said, "Gather the sages. The Divine Authority Generals are coming. We'll wait for them together." Chapter 848 Shattering the Heavenly Road, Han Ju's Killing Intent. Chapter 848 Shattering the Heavenly Road, Han Ju's Killing Intent. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately followed upon hearing Han Ju's instructions. Soon, the sages arrived one after another. They all came without missing a single one. At this juncture, the sages did not dare to leave the Heavenly Tao, afraid that they would encounter the Divine Authority Generals. They could not cultivate in peace and felt uneasy. The sages sat down and looked at Han Ju. The uneasiness in their hearts immediately vanished. Han Ju was still here, so hope was still there. They believed that Han Ju already knew the chaotic Fiend Celestial's outcome, but he still dared to guard the Heavenly Tao. That meant that he was confident. Han Ju closed his eyes and didn't say anything. The atmosphere was oppressive. No one dared to speak. It was the same for Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. Great Sage Void Soul scanned all the sages in the hall and secretly despised them. Why are you so nervous? You're not the ones fighting. A group of Heavenly Tao sages and Freedom sages were not even qualified to participate. Wouldn't they turn into dust when the Divine Authority Generals glared? Don't be nervous. You can chat amongst yourselves. We'll wait for the Divine Authority Generals to arrive. Han Ju's voice sounded. The sages immediately felt relieved. Long Hao, Tao Sovereign, and the other hidden sect disciples were the most relaxed. They were the first to speak, and the atmosphere soon became lively. What Divine Authority Generals? Kill as many as come. That's right. Those chaotic Fiend Celestials are really useless. They lost too quickly. It still depends on my master. Don't panic. I was still preaching just now. The Grand Primordium Domain is very far from the Heavenly Tao. The Divine Authority Generals shouldn't be able to come so quickly, right? No, they're almost here. The Divine Authority Generals are not as simple as the rules. They clearly received the order and directly came to the Heavenly Tao. They can't wait any longer. Monitoring the chaos is only a pretense. The focus is still to eliminate the chaotic Fiend Celestials and the Heavenly Tao. The sages discussed and the atmosphere became relaxed. Han Ju waited patiently. Foolish Sword Sage sent you a dream. Do you accept? Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of him, making him feel strange. Couldn't he just send a voice transmission? He was clearly beside the Heavenly Tao. Han Ju could feel that the foolish Sword Sage was still in the welcoming sacred palace. He hesitated for a moment but still chose to accept the dream. The dream was the welcoming sacred palace. The foolish Sword Sage's expression was strange as he said, "Fellow Daoist Han, the divine authority generals are coming. Han Ju said, I know. Are you afraid? I'm not. It's impossible. Fellow Taoist, Red Fate didn't visit me in my dreams. I'm just reminding you. How can I be afraid? The foolish sword sage snorted and removed the dream. Han Ju opened his eyes and found it interesting. He did not expect the foolish sword sage to have such a side. But it made sense on second thought. Pangu was already dead. How could the foolish sword sage not be afraid? Time passed. It was impossible for the divine authority generals to arrive in a few years, no matter how fast they were. Not long after, the universal hall fell silent and the sages cultivated separately. In the dark forbidden zone, a strong light shone from the depths of the darkness. The strong light quickly stretched out like a beam of light. Looking closer, terrifying figures 10 million feet tall could be seen in the strong light. All of them were mighty and domineering. They walked side by side and were unstoppable. Divine authority generals. The chaotic heavenly road happened to be ahead of them. The chaotic heavenly road stretched through the void, with no end in sight. At this moment, several cultivators were hurrying along the chaotic heavenly road. They subconsciously narrowed their eyes when they saw the strong light in the distance. What's that? A woman frowned and asked. A green-robed Taoist beside her had a drastic change in expression. Oh no! It's the divine authority generals. There's someone in the strong light. Run! Return to the heavenly Tao. With that, he was the first to leap and speed through the chaotic heavenly road. The other cultivators reacted and hurriedly followed. They did not dare to leave the chaotic heavenly road. After all, they had heard rumors that the divine authority generals would slaughter the heavenly Tao lifeforms. However, they could not compare to the divine authority generals no matter how fast they were. The 10,000 divine authority generals arrived in front of the chaotic heavenly road in less than 10 steps. The 10,000-foot wide chaotic heavenly road was like a thin line in front of them. The divine authority generals stepped on the chaotic heavenly road together, instantly shattering it. The living beings on the heavenly road were destroyed, no matter how far they were from the divine authority generals. Many cultivators had not even seen the divine authority generals. Their deaths were too sudden and confusing. At the edge of the heavenly Tao, the nearby chaotic city shook because of the collapse of the chaotic heavenly road, startling countless cultivators. Even the sages were alarmed. Dog! Pan Xian gritted his teeth and deduced who had attacked the chaotic heavenly road. Although he cursed, he did not stand up. He knew his limits. He was not a divine authority general's match. The collapse of the chaotic heavenly road caused his cultivation to become unstable. Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cold and murderous. They were coming. It had to be said that the divine authority general's actions made him very unhappy. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or on purpose. The chaotic heavenly road that the heavenly Tao had built for 2 million years was gone just like that. It was even crushed. The other sages counted with their fingers. They were furious after understanding the situation. Too arrogant. Zhou Fan said angrily. This was not stepping on the chaotic heavenly road but on the heavenly Tao's dignity. The other sages denounced. Han Ju looked at the chaos. The divine authority generals were so fast. As if provoked, they suddenly accelerated. 10,000 divine authority generals surged over. Every step shook the dark forbidden zone. The dark space twisted as if it would shatter at any moment. The heavenly Tao sages could already sense the divine authority general's aura in less than 10 minutes. Pangu sent you a dream. Do you accept? Han Ju showed a frown. At this time, he immediately accepted it, wanting to see what Pangu had to say. The dream was on Buzhou Divine Mountain. Pangu stared at him and said, the divine authority generals are coming. The heavenly Tao will depend on you. I will support you and help you at the critical moment. You must do your best to protect the heavenly Tao. Han Ju said, what if the ones behind the Divine Authority Generals come? You only need to deal with the Divine Authority Generals and survive this calamity first. Alright. Han Ju directly removed the dream and didn't say anything else, lest the Divine Authority Generals take advantage of his distraction to shatter the heavenly Tao. He opened his eyes and discovered that all the sages were staring at him. The foolish sword sage and red fate had already appeared outside the heavenly Tao and were looking into the darkness. Fellow Taoist red fate, are you afraid? The foolish sword sage asked with a smile, pretending to be relaxed. Red fate said, what's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll die. The foolish sword sage nodded, feeling uncomfortable inside. Wasn't this woman famous for being afraid of death? Why was she so determined? He was secretly curious. What did Han Ju do to her? At this moment, Han Ju's voice floated into their ears. Don't attack later. You are responsible for watching the battle. The foolish sword sage was stunned. Responsible for watching the battle? What did this mean? He had prepared for hundreds of thousands of years to welcome this battle. In the end, he did not need to do anything. Although he was puzzled, the foolish sword sage heaved a sigh of relief. He was really not confident. The Pangu he was afraid of had been killed by the Divine Authority Generals. How could he not be afraid? Chapter 849 Killing the Divine Authority Generals with One Sword. Chapter 849 Killing the Divine Authority Generals with One Sword. Han Ju immediately disappeared from the Universal Hall after comforting the foolish sword sage and red fate. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. He instantly used the simulation trial to copy their cultivation levels and disappeared. The entire process was too fast, so fast that Han Ju seemed to have never appeared. The other sages did not notice his disappearance. Han Ju predicted that it would take at least 5 minutes for the Divine Authority Generals to arrive. He immediately entered the simulation trial and challenged 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. He fused with 1,949 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols and waved the Primordial Judgment Sword with the Primordial Divine Rage. With a slash, Supreme Sword Chi swept out and destroyed all 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. Instant kill. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel, .com. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, nothing happened. He was really afraid that after the battle in the Grand Primordium domain, the Divine Authority Generals would be strengthened. He entered the simulation trial again. This time, he did not attack first to test the Divine Authority General's power. Several breaths later, Han Ju opened his eyes and pondered. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du turned around and asked, Fellow Taoist Han, are you confident? He could already sense the terrifying aura of 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. He believed that Han Ju could also sense it. In terms of aura, there was probably a number. In any case, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du felt that he would die if he went out. The aura of 10,000 Divine Authority Generals gathered together was too powerful, so powerful that it crushed all wishful thinking. The other sages looked at Han Ju, all filled with anticipation and nervousness. They were afraid when they truly felt the aura of the Divine Authority Generals. Even Zhou Fan, Long Hao, Zhao Xianyuan, and the others who had shouted earlier did not dare to brag. Facing their gazes, Han Ju said, You probably won't believe me if I say that I'm confident. I'll try my best. Don't go out. Just watch me fight the Divine Authority Generals. The sages heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid of being sent out to fight. Although they were ashamed, this was the heartless truth. Han Ju suddenly stood up and took out the Primordial Judgment Sword. The sword overflowed and purple-red light shone in the hall, dazzling the sages. At the same time, they felt a terrifying killing intent. Please keep reading on MYB Zero's novel, .com Killing Intent. Pan Xian was stunned as he thought of his heaven-opening axe. Curse the Life faction for seizing my supreme treasure. Han Ju raised the primordial judgment sword with one hand under the sage's gazes. The tip of the sword pointed at the divine authority generals attacking from the chaos. Shadows appeared above Han Ju's head and quickly entered his body. In an instant, Han Ju had already fused with 1,949 fiend celestial Dharma idols. He raised his left hand and stretched out his index and middle fingers. He slowly slid them along the blade as if he was holding a gun. His gaze and the tip of the sword looked in the same direction, aiming at something. The sages were extremely nervous, not understanding what he wanted to do. Zhou Fan couldn't help but ask, "Master, what do you want to do? Was he going to attack from here?" Such a ridiculous thought appeared in the minds of all the sages. They were the divine authority generals. Wouldn't the enemy be alarmed if he attacked from so far away? Han Ju said expressionlessly, "Everyone, tell me, can my sword kill 10,000 divine authority generals?" The entire universal hall fell silent. The sages widened their eyes and breathed heavily. Even heavenly venerate Xian Du and Lao Dan were the same. Lao Dan did not speak, but he was already prepared to escape with Dao's sovereign and the other two when the 10,000 divine authority generals arrived. He didn't expect Han Ju to be so arrogant. Killing 10,000 divine authority generals with a single strike. No one dared to jump out and question him. They all stared at the primordial judgment sword in Han Ju's hand in a daze. Their hearts beat faster. If Han Ju was really gasped, they did not dare to continue thinking. Logic told them that it was impossible. That was a terrifying power that could destroy dozens of chaotic fiend celestials. Even the giant god of creation, Pangu, died at the 10,000 divine authority generals' feet. In the mysterious space, murky mist filled the air. The evil heavenly emperor stood in front of a mysterious shadow that shone with a strong light. Between the two sides, an illusion floated and reflected the scene of 10,000 divine authority generals galloping. The evil heavenly emperor's expression was ugly as he felt the terrifying aura of the 10,000 divine authority generals. He had encountered divine authority generals before. They had always walked forward calmly. This was the first time they were running so quickly. This was an obvious sign that they were determined to flatten the heavenly Tao. The evil heavenly emperor looked up and asked, "Senior, are you really not allowed to make a move? I only want you to save the hidden sect." The mysterious giant shadow said faintly, "I won't enter karma or the chaos. I naturally won't interfere. Evil heavenly emperor, don't try to interfere. Behind the divine authority generals are the supreme rules and the great Tao providence divine authority. Any existence that dares to stop them will be doomed." The evil heavenly emperor suddenly knelt down and gritted his teeth. "Senior, please make a move. I'm willing to serve you forever and be your pawn." Senior always said that you won't enter the chaos, but you always pay attention to it. I know that you have your ambitions. I'm willing to serve you no matter what. Since Senior can see me many times, you must have a use for me. The mysterious giant shadow did not answer. The evil heavenly emperor was still kneeling as he stared at the 10,000 divine authority generals in the illusion. He was extremely nervous. The divine authority generals' speed was tremendous and their strength was terrifying. They could flatten the heavenly Tao in an instant once they reached it. The evil heavenly emperor was originally confident in Han Ju, but he learned a terrifying piece of information. The mysterious giant shadow said, "I've already told you that it's impossible for 10,000 divine authority generals to be destroyed. This is the supreme rule of the chaos unless they have the strength to overturn the chaos. Besides, even if I kill 10,000 divine authority generals, an even more terrifying force will appear next. The heavenly Tao is already at a dead end. There's no way out. The evil heavenly emperor was moved. He suddenly looked up and asked in a low voice, "Is there an existence stronger than you in the chaos?" The mysterious giant shadow said, "Perhaps not, but the chaos itself is the strongest." The evil heavenly emperor was indignant and was about to continue speaking. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent came from the illusion, startling him. A sword chi attacked from the depths of the darkness, striking the 10,000 divine authority generals. So fast. Before the evil heavenly emperor could think further, he saw the sword chi drown the 10,000 divine authority generals. It was unstoppable and incomparably domineering, shocking the dark forbidden zone. The sword chi dissipated, and a huge hole was torn in the dark forbidden zone. Layer after layer of space shattered, revealing the primordial void. The divine authority generals had already vanished. The evil heavenly emperor was stunned. He blinked and stood up to take a closer look, but he still did not see the divine authority generals. "Senior, where's the divine authority generals? Hurry up and turn to them," the evil heavenly emperor urged anxiously. However, he did not receive a reply. The evil heavenly emperor asked, "Senior?" The mysterious giant shadow said faintly, "The divine authority generals are gone, gone." "What do you mean?" Evil heavenly emperor's heart beat faster than ever as he asked carefully. If he was not wrong, the divine authority generals were killed by that sword chi. Killing 10,000 divine authority generals in one strike. How was that possible? Chapter 850 Unbelievable, Primordial Ancestor God. Chapter 850 Unbelievable, Primordial Ancestor God in the Universal Hall. Han Ju slowly put down the Primordial Judgment Sword. He had just used the Primordial Judgment Sword as the foundation and used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger to kill 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. He admitted that he had definitely used his full strength just now and even shook the Heavenly Tao. The outcome did not disappoint him. They were insta-killed, just like in the simulation trial. The sages had yet to react, but they were all shocked by the sword strike. All of them were silent. Lao Dan's eyes widened and he trembled. Laozi had grasped the sword Dao, so he was naturally familiar with it. However, Han Ju's sword Qi just now shocked him. It was definitely not the power of the sword Dao. But it's even more terrifying than Laozi's sword Dao. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. Most importantly, Lao Dan felt that the aura of the 10,000 divine authority generals was gone. Could it be? He did not dare to think about it. The sages also sensed that the aura of the divine authority generals had vanished. All of them stared at Han Ju, the shock in their hearts indescribable. Zhou Fan was the first to break the silence. He asked carefully, "Master, the divine authority generals." Han Ju sat down and said, "Dead. Did anyone guess that I can kill 10,000 divine authority generals with one strike?" Boom! The universal hall exploded in excitement. All the sages had gone mad. That's right. Mad. The divine authority generals had given them too much pressure in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Especially in the battle of the Grand Primordium Domain, dozens of chaotic fiend celestials led by Pangu were forcefully killed. The pressure brought about by this battle reached the extreme. Although they had expectations for Han Ju, they originally thought that there would be a fierce battle. Unexpectedly. Instant kill. Killing 10,000 generals with one strike. All the sages were shocked and even felt that it was unreal. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. They're really dead. Just one strike. Divine Might Heavenly Sage, what realm are you at? Is that true? I can't sense their aura, gone. This is too exaggerated. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is so powerful. I'm convinced. The sages discussed excitedly. Su Dudao and Pan Xian even knelt down and faced Han Ju with fanatical expressions. The sages of the hidden sect also kneeled, causing the other sages to have no choice but to kneel. Only Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and Lao Dan were still standing. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du hesitated for a moment before bowing. The other sages were fine. They either followed Han Ju as their master or were new sages. After hearing Han Ju's legend, kneeling to him was like kneeling to an ancestor. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du would never be able to stand up again if he knelt. At least, he knew that he was not qualified to sit beside Han Ju if there was a sage meeting in the future. Lao Dan was not a heavenly Tao sage, to begin with, so he naturally did not have to kneel. However, he could no longer maintain his calm. Han Ju smiled and said, "Stand up. Why are you kneeling? The calamity might not end here." The sages stood up. At the same time, outside the heavenly Tao, Foolish Sword Sage and Red Fate were shocked for a long time before they came back to their senses. 10,000 divine authority generals are gone. Red Fate asked nervously. The Foolish Sword Sage nodded indifferently. Impossible. How could he be so powerful? Foolish Sword Sage roared in his mind. He had never been so excited. At this moment, Han Ju's image in his heart suddenly soared. This was the first time he admired an existence. Worship. The Foolish Sword Sage had imagined countless endings and even had the illusion that Han Ju would win. However, he didn't expect him to kill the Divine Authority Generals with one strike. The Divine Authority Generals had yet to touch the Heavenly Tao before being killed. This was even more exaggerated than Pangu slaughtering the 3,000 Fiend Celestials back then. At that time, the cultivation of the 3,000 Fiend Celestials was far inferior to the Divine Authority Generals. Their numbers were also inferior. Pangu was not as strong as Han Ju. Foolish Sword Sage couldn't help but ask, "So it's over?" This time, it was Red Fate who pretended to be cold and said, "Perhaps." Foolish Sword Sage cursed. This woman really knew how to pretend. She's almost caught up to me. In the mysterious space, the evil Heavenly Emperor was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. He asked, "Senior, didn't you say?" He did not finish, afraid that he would offend the mysterious giant Shadow. The mysterious giant Shadow said after a while, "I was indeed wrong. Han Ju is not simple. I can't see through him. Perhaps he's the primordial Fiend Celestial." The evil Heavenly Emperor said, "I watched him grow. He shouldn't be a primordial Fiend Celestial. He might be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. You don't have to be nervous. I don't care if he's the primordial Fiend Celestial, but the calamity of the Heavenly Tao is not over. Is the existence behind the Divine Authority Generals about to appear? Take a look." The mysterious giant Shadow did not say anything else. The evil Heavenly Emperor had no choice but to look at the illusion. He saw countless stars appear in the ruined void ere the Divine Authority Generals had disappeared as if something was condensing again. That is. The evil Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. He was not the only one. Han Ju also saw it. He didn't let his guard down after sitting down. It was too calm. Nothing happened after the deaths of the 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. It was clearly abnormal. Han Ju seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. His gaze passed through the entire chaos and arrived above the 3,000 Great Tao. The 7 supreme rules that surpassed the 3,000 Great Tao. One of the supreme rules began to twist slightly before emitting a light that transformed into a beam of light that swooped down at the chaos. This beam of light quickly landed in the dilapidated void ere the Divine Authority Generals were previously, absorbing all the surrounding stars. Boom! The dark forbidden zone shook violently, and even the Heavenly Tao trembled. The myriad worlds in the universe seemed to welcome a huge earthquake. The universe between the mortal worlds fluctuated violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Everyone was in an uproar. The sages in the Universal Hall became nervous again and looked at Han Ju. They were relieved upon seeing that his expression didn't change. The heavenly Tao couldn't die with the divine might heavenly sage around. All the sages thought so. It was because Han Ju's previous strike was too shocking. Primordial ancestor God has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Han Ju saw a line of words appear in front of him and immediately checked his interpersonal relationships to find the primordial ancestral God. Primordial ancestor God, perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm, Great Tao Divine Spirit, Chaotic Origin Spirit, Great Tao Controller, Leader of the Divine Spirits. Because you killed 10,000 Divine Authority Generals, he is filled with trepidation towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars, the leader of the Divine Spirits. He had finally exposed himself. Han Ju was secretly pleased. Since he knew the name, he could curse him in the future. Even if he couldn't curse, Han Ju could visit him in his dreams and kill him with the dark forbidden zone. The leader of the Divine Spirits had not reached the Tao Creator realm either. Han Ju was satisfied. He would be frightened to death if a Tao Creator really appeared. Han Ju was already fighting for the peak, and it was not far away. He stopped thinking and looked at the broken void where the Divine Authority Generals had disappeared. A mighty figure vaguely appeared in the pillar of light. Han Ju could feel that the other party's aura was increasing rapidly. The sages were moved. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's expression darkened as he muttered, Tao Ancestor. The sages were moved the moment the Tao Ancestor was mentioned. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly stood up and took out the primordial judgment sword again. He instantly fused with 1949 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols and used the primordial judgment sword to execute the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. Han Ju wouldn't give him time to become stronger no matter who the other party was. A fair battle? Impossible. Just die. Chapter 851 First Class Existence Among the Supremes. Chapter 851 First Class Existence Among the Supremes. Han Ju attacked extremely quickly. The Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger had already slashed out before the other sages could react. The sword chi passed through the door of the Universal Hall and entered the dark forbidden zone with unstoppable force. The invisible wall of the heavenly Tao in this direction had been destroyed earlier, so there was no obstruction this time. Sword chi swept through the chaos. It would directly kill the Tao Ancestor. In the Supreme Pillar of Light, the Tao Ancestor had yet to walk out. His aura soared crazily. A sword chi shot out from the heavenly Tao and drowned him. The Supreme Pillar of Light was severed and the space twisted violently. The scene was illusory and blurry. A section of the Supreme Pillar of Light had already been severed after the sword chi dissipated, and the Tao Ancestor no longer existed. In the Universal Hall, Han Ju's expression didn't change as he stared at the pillar of light that fell from the Supreme Rule. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. The other sages were the same. The dilapidated void was not far from the heavenly Tao. Ordinary heavenly Tao sages could also see it. The sages secretly heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Han Ju kill the Tao Ancestor. At this moment, the figure of the Tao Ancestor condensed in the Supreme Pillar of Light again. Han Ju used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger to kill the Tao Ancestor again. Soon, the Tao Ancestor continued to revive. Han Ju also attacked and repeated this hundreds of times. The sages looked at Han Ju with strange expressions. They would have panicked long ago if it were them. However, Han Ju actually enjoyed it and even smiled. The reason Han Ju persisted was that he could feel that the Supreme Pillar of Light was weakening. It would dissipate sooner or later if this continued. That's all you've got. Han Ju secretly felt disdain. He continued. After 1,000 times, the supreme pillar of light shattered and the Tao ancestor finally disappeared. Peace returned. The universal hall was silent. All the sages did not dare to let their guard down. He had rejoiced too early. In the mysterious space. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel. Com. The evil heavenly emperor asked, Senior, is it over? The mysterious giant shadow replied, I'm not sure. It depends on if the other party still has a backup plan. I have to say, this child, he didn't say the rest, but the evil heavenly emperor understood. Cough cough, this kid's determination is indeed extraordinary, the evil heavenly emperor said awkwardly, his heart filled with pride. What was this? It seemed dishonest, but this was a life-and-death battle. Could it be that he had to wait for the enemy to fight in their peak state? The evil heavenly emperor asked, is the previous Tao ancestor his main body? Of course not. The heavenly Tao ancestor is indeed powerful. If not for him being unable to let go of the heavenly Tao, he would have long transcended. The mysterious giant shadow's words caused the evil heavenly emperor to ponder. After a while, the evil heavenly emperor asked, how strong is the Tao ancestor in the chaos? How is he compared to you? The mysterious giant shadow said, you already know of the existence of the great Tao Supreme. The great Tao Supreme is the peak in the chaos. The Tao ancestor is a top-notch existence among the Supremes. The number of cultivators who can compare to him can be counted on one hand. Among the great Tao divine spirits, only the leader of the divine spirits can compare. He has always wanted to surpass the supreme realm, but unfortunately, he's far inferior. As for me, I'm not in the chaos. A top-notch existence among supreme existences. The evil heavenly emperor asked, what about Hanju? The mysterious giant shadow was silent. In the universal hall. Pan Xian smiled upon seeing that there was no movement for a long time. Is it over? The other sages didn't reply but looked at Hanju. Hanju asked in his mind, has the heavenly Tao calamity ended? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, I knew it. Hanju narrowed his eyes and continued to ask in his mind, who will attack the heavenly Tao next? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 20,000 divine authority generals, Hanju showed a frown. Doubled? Can I insta-kill 20,000 divine authority generals? 2 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. After all, Hanju could defeat 10,000 foolish sword sages. They were now the great Tao Supreme. The foolish sword sage claimed that he could fight 100 divine authority generals. In other words, Hanju should be able to fight 1,000,000 divine authority generals. Cough cough. It sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth. Although Hanju was cautious, he still had a clear understanding of his strength. Since he wanted 20,000 divine authority generals, so be it. He had to kill the primordial ancestor god and the chaotic deities to give up on eradicating the heavenly Tao. Hanju said, it's not over yet, but I'll let them end it. His tone was light, but it was domineering. The sage's blood boiled. Xiao Shilai praised him. The heavenly Tao has the divine might heavenly sage. It's not inferior to any supreme existence in the chaos. It's the heavenly Tao's fortune. Pan Xian cursed silently. This fellow was too fast at flattery. Su Dudao suddenly knelt down and exclaimed, divine might heavenly sage's merit is immeasurable. The sages of the hidden sect immediately knelt down and praised Hanju. The other sages had no choice but to kneel down. Pan Xian was the same. He secretly glared at Su Dudao. This fellow was too wise. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had no choice but to bow again. Lao Dan had a strange expression. Han Ju frowned. Don't do this. The calamity isn't over. Yes, 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 the sages stood up. Han Ju was secretly pleased and glanced at Su Dudao. This child had a good future. They were also enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison. This was the nature of the other sages. They were not as hypocritical as Su Dudao. But who did not like to be praised? It was the same for sages. At this moment, another pillar of light descended from the supreme rules above the 3,000 great Tao. This time, divine authority generals had already condensed before the supreme pillar of light reached the heavenly Tao. In an instant, 20,000 divine authority generals successfully condensed. Their auras were vast as they rushed towards the heavenly Tao. At the same time, another beam of light appeared above the 20,000 divine authority generals. It was tiny compared to the supreme pillar of light, but this beam of light was even faster. Too fast. It went straight to the heavenly Tao. This scene reminded Han Ju of the drop of water thrown by the Holy Mother of Order in the past. This beam of light contained the power of a great Tao Supreme. The primordial ancestor God had attacked. However, he did not appear. He probably wanted to break through the heavenly Tao. Ridiculous. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. The Dharma idol of the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial condensed above the peak of the heavenly Tao. His figure was domineering and his face was sinister. He leaned back and pulled the bow. His right fist struck from below. This punch contained the ferocious power of the heavenly constellation Great Tao. Han Ju was already a Great Tao Supreme. Thus, his Dharma idol was also a Great Tao Supreme. Roar. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial's roar was isolated by the heavenly Tao, but the sages could hear it. They were shocked. Compared to Han Ju's previous strike, the Fiend Celestial Dharma idol's posture could show Han Ju's power more clearly. With a punch, his aura surged into the chaos. The heavenly constellation supreme power transformed into a dazzling light that soared into the sky. The two supreme powers collided in the darkness. The strong light that burst out tore through the darkness. The heavenly Tao was not affected. Han Ju used his own strength to negate the primordial ancestor God's power. The heavenly Tao did not shatter, but the 20,000 divine authority generals followed closely behind with an aggressive aura. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.